Welcome to the April 26th study session on Housing Element Annual Progress Report and the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element Update for the City of Pacifica. We are going to receive a presentation on statutory requirements for Housing Element Annual Progress Report and upcoming process and tentative timeline for policy discussions related to the 2023-2031 Housing Element Update. And after that special study session, then we'll be going into our regular council meeting at 7 p.m. All right. I believe we have...
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make some opening remarks. My name is Tina Wehrmeister. I'm the Assistant City Manager and Planning Director. And tonight's presentation has two parts. The first is to provide more information about the purpose of the Housing Element and Annual Progress Report. And two, to provide information regarding development of the next Housing Element covering the periods 2023 through 2031. Deputy Director Murdoch will provide a presentation on the first part, the Annual Progress Report, and then we'll be joined by David Driscoll from Baird and Driscoll, who is the city's consultant on this next housing element that we are embarking on. A housing element is a mandated portion of the general plan and establishes how Pacifica will accommodate its fair share of housing. Most importantly, affordable housing, but also market rate housing. The housing element will also consider equity issues and address policies related to the unique needs of our community. Since we know that Pacifica will likely need to plan for a much larger share of regional housing growth than in the past, this housing element cycle could result in transformational policy for the community. Therefore, it's important that the community continue to stay engaged and encourage more of their friends, neighbors, people they run into to also engage and be a part of this process over the next couple of years. And while the scope of the presentation tonight is informational and there may be limited time for discussion, as the mayor stated, the regular meeting starts at 7. There will be many more opportunities as the process unfolds for the public to provide input and have community conversations. And at the end of the presentation, we'll provide some information on how to find out more information online and sign up for the project mailing list. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Christian, who I think has a PowerPoint.
Thank you, Tina. City Clerk, if you could please bring up the PowerPoint. And advance to the next slide, please. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Deputy Planning Director Christian Murdoch. So why are we here tonight? Well, we're having this study session as a result of the Council's consideration on March 8th of our 2020 Annual Progress Report for implementation of our housing element. The presentation of the APR, as it's known, prompted Council questions and public questions on the purpose of the APR and the city's housing policies in general. The study session was scheduled to provide more information on these specific topics, which are really beyond the scope of consideration of the APR itself. Next slide. And so tonight's topics will include the follow-up points that were raised on March 8th by the Council, including the APR reporting format, housing projects included in the APR and why they're included, income levels that define the term affordable housing, and funding sources for affordable housing. And additionally, then the second part of the presentation, as Assistant City Manager Wehrmeister mentioned, will be an overview of the housing element update process. So the APR is required by state law. The city is required to present the APR at a public meeting where it can be considered by the council and comments can be made by the public by April 1st of each year. Then we must transmit it to the state's Housing and Community Development Department and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Those requirements for the APR reporting format and requirement to undertake the APR are in the Government Code in section 65-400, A, 2, B, and then subparagraphs 1 and 2. The format of the report is set by state law, and that was, I think, a key question on March 8th Why are we presenting the information in this format? It's difficult to read, it's difficult to work with, and it's maybe not public facing and user friendly. We acknowledge that. However, state law requires that we prepare the APR in the format determined by HCD. And so the city has no discretion to determine the format of the report that it's going to prepare. And so I think there are a couple maybe main reasons for that. In particular, I think the intent of the APR is to aid analysis and information gathering at the state level to get an overview of housing applications, approvals, and production on a statewide basis. And so the report has been standardized to enable that high level of analysis to bring in information from jurisdictions across the state with very different conditions in their communities, but to have their experience with housing applications and approvals and construction presented in a uniform format that can be analyzed and that can guide state housing policy. And so I think that's really the key takeaway with respect to the reporting format. Of course, yes, it's prescribed in state law, but more importantly, its intended end user is really not so much the public as it is housing policymakers in Sacramento. And so the information contained in the report, which we'll touch on in just a moment, really enables the state to analyze housing production and action program implementation, which are the two key components of the housing element and the APR. And so those housing projects that were included in the APR were the subject of some of the community questions on March 8th. And the questions included, why are these housing projects included? These projects haven't even been vetted by the community and the city hasn't approved them. Why are we reporting housing units from these projects? And various other related questions on that subject. And so really the issue is that the standard format specified by HCD indicates which projects we have to include in the APR. The intention of that, as I mentioned a moment ago, to support that statewide housing policy analysis and decision-making, led to the state broadening the APR within the last couple of years to include projects much earlier in their life cycle, if you will. So capturing projects from the time of application through the issuance of certificate of occupancy and several key milestones in between. In the past, the city would simply report on housing approvals, essentially, and it left a big gap in the housing analysis for our state level policymakers because they couldn't determine which projects never made it to approval, how long it was taking projects to be reviewed and approved by the city or cities statewide. And so this expanded housing element APR format really allows that complete picture of housing production in a city to be demonstrated in a uniform way that again drives state level housing policy decision making. It also includes a broader range of projects in the past, in particular in recent years with the increased production of ADUs. Those feature prominently in the APR, whereas in the past it may have been larger multifamily housing projects or mixed use housing projects, and certainly single family projects in the case of Pacifica. And so again, an important point, given this mandated format and the capturing of projects through their entire life cycle from application to approval or denial, it's not an implicit statement of ultimate city approval of the project. The city's traditional housing project review and approval process, including public involvement and engagement, is not changed by the fact that a project's included in the APR. And so among the types of projects that are included in the APR, and could you please advance the slides? Next slide, please. Next slide. So among the projects that are included in the APR, there are market rate projects, but I think a key focus was drawn in on affordable housing projects in the APR. Questions about what does affordable housing mean? What income levels? How can we get more of it? Those are very complicated questions, in particular the last question, how do we get more of it? If we had the answer, our housing element APR might have some different information in it. But I think the starting point for that consideration of affordable housing is understanding how that threshold is determined. And it starts at a very high level from the federal government, from the US Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. They annually publish income levels for the county level primarily for jurisdictions in all states across the United States. And so San Mateo County is our appropriate level of analysis for determining what affordable housing, and affordable income levels mean. The initial key statistic there is the county median income. You'll hear that mentioned very often, county median income and some percentage of that, whether it's 80%, 50%, 30%, et cetera. In this table here, while it's a little bit busy, it's important to understand the key components. So on the left side of the table are the income categories, and these are the relevant levels of income when we talk about affordable housing. Generally, affordable housing is considered 80% or less of the county median income. And there are different delineations from 80% and below, all the way down to 30% of area median income. And then importantly, there's often this question of, well, what does it mean? What types of professions, qualify as needing affordable housing? It's a really difficult question to ask. Certainly, there's the starting point of an individual and his or her income level in a given profession, but equally as important is the family size for that household unit. And so you can see across the chart here, moving from left to right, there's also this stratification of income in each category, whether extremely low, very low, or low income by family size. So really that question of salaries and affordability is most relevant for the individual one member family size. And you can see there extremely low income ranging from $36,540 and below up to the low or 80% area median income of $97,600. And these figures are for 2020 and are the most recent on the San Mateo County Department of Housing website. However, this combination of family members can result in different outcomes. So you could be a single parent, for instance, with 2 or 3 children, and your income level would put you in the 4 family size category. I think this is intended to account for the fact that as you add members to the family unit, you need more resources to be able to care for them. And so the income level goes up accordingly so that you don't inadvertently get excluded from being considered affordable or needing affordable housing or having low income. However, if you have two family members who are both working and no children, you'd be in a 2-unit family member size, and those 2 combined incomes may put you above that level. And so it's really difficult to pinpoint or put a finger on a particular profession or a particular family situation and to determine whether or not they would qualify as low income and requiring affordable housing. Next slide, please. So the question then becomes, okay, I know that I qualify as an affordable income level based on 80%, 50%, 30% of the San Mateo County area median income. What does that mean for me in terms of my affordable housing choices? Well, the choices are a broad range of housing types, which are a little bit beyond the scope of tonight's meeting. However, the key thing to look at in this chart is the calculated maximum affordable rent payment levels. And these are driven by those income categories, again, as I mentioned on the previous slide. So you'll see, again, extremely low, very low, and low, as well as several other income thresholds based on federal and state programs for affordable housing. So the black text is probably most relevant for this consideration or this discussion tonight. You'll see, for example, in the low category, that someone would be expected to be able to pay at the low income category up to these stated amounts for a studio apartment, $2,436, all the way up to $4,038 per month for a 4-bedroom unit. And on the lowest end of the spectrum here, for extremely low, they would only be expected to be able to pay $913 for a studio or up to $1,514 for a 4-bedroom housing unit. And these are important because they represent the determined amount of affordability for a given family based on those income levels. And the size of the unit, there is a process to determine that. I believe typically it's 2 per bedroom plus 1. And so that helps determine a particular family, let's just say 3 family members, and the size of housing unit they would need. So if it was 3, you might need a 2-bedroom unit, for instance, with the 2 per bedroom plus 1. Next slide, please. And so the last question where information was requested for affordable housing funding sources wanted to know more about how do we get money to support the construction of affordable housing in particular? As I mentioned earlier, if we had all the answers to generating affordable housing production, we would have a very different annual progress report for our community. It's an extremely challenging public policy issue. Many agencies from the local through state and federal levels and everything in between are looking at ways to solve this problem through market-based solutions, through government intervention, and combinations thereof. So it's a complicated subject. There's a myriad of federal, state, and local funding sources. There's also private funding sources, and typically it's a combination of funding from all of these different entities and parties to achieve construction of affordable housing units. Another important category where it's not a direct public investment, it's really reliant on private money and it shifts the cost burden to a private developer is inclusionary zoning requirements, such as the 15% affordable housing requirement that the city of Pacifica has in its zoning ordinance. And so there's the direct construction of purely or predominantly affordable housing that really typically relies on that patchwork of funding that I mentioned. And then there's the second category that you'll commonly see, which is the inclusionary zoning or the BMR zoning ordinances that cities may have, like Pacifica. Next slide, please. And so it's important to understand, however, the distinction between funding sources for construction of affordable housing and then rental assistance programs. They often come up sort of in the same conversation because they're relevant to different dimensions of the affordable housing challenge that we face. However, you'll most commonly see housing choice vouchers or Section 8 as a rent assistance funding source. Sometimes those are able to be integrated into construction of a project to aid with its financing and the cash flows that they need to show to pencil out the project. You'll also see regulatory agreements, such as the one that the city entered with KH Equities for the formerly known as Marymount Summit Gateway Apartments, now known as Villages at Pacifica. Regulatory agreements allow the city to indirectly invest public resources in the form of tax incentives to encourage the rental of housing at rents that are affordable to lower income persons. And then, of course, there's state rent control law, which also helps to manage the rate of increase of rents under state law. And so, next slide, please. With that, I think I'll pause for any questions on this phase of the presentation before we shift into the housing element update phase. All right, hearing none, I'd like to introduce David Driscoll. He is, next slide, please. He is a member of the Baird and Driscoll planning firm and also supports the 21 Elements Countywide Housing Consortium. And we are very fortunate to have him here tonight to give us an overview of the ongoing housing element update process.
Great, thanks, Christian. Great to be here with everybody. So I think everybody knows 21 Elements. It's a countywide consortium of all the jurisdictions in San Mateo County. And we support all the cities in a range of housing related work, learning from each other, striving to meet state law and get certified housing elements. I'm just going to give you a brief overview of what the housing element process is and what a housing element is. Some of you may have gone through the process before, some of it may be new. Let's go to the next slide. So just some key takeaways from this presentation. One, understand the housing element's part of your general plan, and it's a very important part of your general plan that has very unique requirements on it from the state. There's a projection of housing needs that happens in this process. I'll talk a little bit about what that is and what that means in terms of the housing element and the process. Equity and affordability are really critical in the housing element. There's state requirements in terms of looking at equity and affordability and a real focus on those income levels that Kristen just walked you through. While we have these housing targets that come from the state, it's really important to keep in mind that your housing element is unique to Pacifica and really should be driven by your values and your vision for the future of your community, which is why it's part of the general plan. And that there's this great opportunity to be learning from communities throughout the county and the region, actually, in terms of creative ways to respond to the shared housing need that we have. Let's go to the next slide. So the housing element is essentially your housing plan. It's and it's a plan. That's important. It's not approving development. It's creating the conditions, the policies and regulations related to housing in your community. Where does housing go? How much do you need? What kinds of programs and policies do you want to have in place to support housing development? It looks at housing needs. There's a lot of data requirements that the state has of what we need to look at. It sets the policy direction and says, what does success look like for Pacifica? It analyzes constraints to new development, and you all know there's a lot of constraints. Sometimes there's infrastructure constraints, there might be an environmental constraints. The housing element is required to look at those constraints and to think about what that means for meeting housing needs. And then really important part of it is this, what's called the sites inventory, which looks at the available land that you have for housing. And most housing elements in most cities around the Bay Area this round are going to be looking at rezoning in order to create that site inventory to meet the projected needs. So we go to the next slide. There's our little friend reminding us that everyone has to have a housing element. It's actually required under state law. So this is what the process looks like. The important date to keep in mind here is January of 2023. That's when we need to have the new housing element adopted. And that may sound far away, but it's actually not. It's when you back up all the things that need to happen, because one of the critical steps that's unique to the housing element related as part of the general plan is that it actually needs to go to the state for a review prior to your adoption of it. So we're going to be in contact with HCD. Christian mentioned HCD, Housing and Community Development. That's the state agency that's responsible for implementing state law. And there's a lot of new state laws that have come down related to housing. So we are in contact with them to make sure that the element that we submit to them for review from Pacifica won't have any surprises, but they do need to do a formal review. That would happen fall of next year, prior to your then having public hearings to actually adopt. And then once it's adopted is when it goes back to the state for the formal certification. But that adoption and sending it to the state needs to happen by the end of January 2023. And you'll see in these earlier things on the slide here, there's a lot of pieces that we need to do that look at the housing needs. We've already started some of this work. Looking at, there's a whole data packet that's been provided to every city in the Bay Area, all the different areas that the state requires that we look at in terms of housing needs, everything from looking at the needs of people with disabilities and what kinds of housing opportunities are available and what could we do to support meeting their housing needs, and a whole range of other special housing needs, as well as housing needs by income. Looking at those site opportunities, we have to look at the different income levels and where housing could be created to meet those different income level needs. And then really by the early part of next year, start drafting the policies and plans, building on the housing element you have. It's not like throwing it out. We're going to build from that, look at the general plan, and then articulate sort of the goals, policies, objectives for your housing element. So if we go to the next slide. So a little bit about what people call, what's called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Process, RHNA, which people pronounce RHNA. And you'll hear that word a lot if you haven't already. So the state does a projection under state housing law. The Department of Housing and Community Development does a projection of how much housing will be needed in every region of the state. And they do this every 8 years. About every 8 years. So the last time that we had this process was in 2015, and the state's projection for the 9-county area of the Bay Area was about 188,000 units that were going to be needed over 8 years that the Bay Area needed to plan for. In the current round, which starts basically 2023 and goes to the year 2031, the next 8-year cycle, the state's number for the Bay Area is 440,000 units. So significantly higher, more than 200% higher. And that's been true throughout the state. And there's some detailed methodology reasons about why the number is so much higher. It's looking at job growth, it's looking at population growth, but it's also accounting for it in a different way than it has in the past for unmet housing needs. So it's looking at overcrowded housing conditions, it's looking at affordability and lack of affordability, and it's factoring in a number of things under changes to state law to come up with that number. So it's a big number. This on the screen here refers to, it shows an image of the Plan Bay Area 2050. So this is a planning effort undertaken by the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG. That's all the jurisdictions, the 9-county area are members of ABAG. And that's looking, okay, what's the future of our region? Where is there going to be growth? How do we plan for everything from transportation to environmental issues, climate change? And so it's a long-term vision. So there's an important difference between the HCD planning period, which is 8 years, and Plan Bay Area 2050, which is a longer horizon out to 2050. So we're talking about 30 years. So there's been a methodology committee that ABAG set up to say, okay, even before they had the number from the state, how are we going to distribute that number when we get it? What should we be looking at? The state law says there's certain things you have to look at as you distribute that housing need number. And there was a committee that came up with the methodology. That methodology, draft methodology, was approved by the ABAG board in January of this year. It was then sent to the state, and the state just recently, a couple of weeks ago, sent a letter saying that the methodology meets the state's requirements. So we're now at the step in the process where the ABAG board will approve the final draft, not just the draft, it'll be the methodology that they'll approve, which will then give all of the jurisdictions in the Bay Area their draft RHNA and start an appeals process, appeals period. We don't know how long that'll be. They haven't announced yet, but probably 2 months. In which people can look at those numbers and look at the methodology and say, we think you got the wrong data here. We think the methodology is incorrect here. And then once the appeals are done and responded to, then there's actual final numbers that we get. That will happen towards the end of the year. So, sorry, that's a lot to remember. We did a whole session last week for under 21 elements. I think we had over like 110 people on for a webinar. There's a recording of it, an hour and a half, all about RHNA, answering every question that we got. And it's complicated. And I'm just going to go to the next slide and talk a little bit about sort of what the numbers look like for Pacifica. So these are numbers that you saw in the APR. So the state says, here's your housing targets. And then they ask that you do an annual report on how are things going related to those targets. So what's on this slide is from RHNA 5, the 5th cycle of that regional housing needs allocation process that happened in 2015. And we're at 2020 now, but the projection period then was from 2015 to 2023. So that was that 8-year period. These were the numbers for Pacifica by income category. So 413 units total. And you see the breakdown there by each of those income categories that Christian just gave you all the information about how those are defined. And then you can see through December of 2020, how many units have been produced. So again, underscoring the housing element is a plan for the housing. And then the market comes in and builds housing under the rules that are established by the housing element. So you can see here, there has not been the development of new housing consistent with what those targets were. There's no penalty for that. There's some state laws that kick in if you're not meeting particularly the affordable housing numbers. But again, you're required to have a plan. Then the market builds the housing. Cities don't build housing. Cities are looking at all sorts of creative ways to support housing development, but the cities themselves, except in very rare situations, are actually out building housing. So the important thing here also is you've got a number of pipeline projects that this planning period went through 2022, 2023, and some of those may get done within the planning period and count towards your RHNA 5. If they don't get completed by June of next year, they'll actually count towards your future RHNA targets. Go to the next slide. So these are the pre-draft again, we don't have formal draft, but it's likely these numbers will be pretty close to what you'll get as your draft RENA numbers for RENA 6. And you will see they're significantly higher for this planning period than they were in the past one. And that is true for every jurisdiction around San Mateo County and around the region, that the numbers are higher, some of them significantly higher, some of them less. There is a very detailed report on the methodology that led to those numbers. I'd say one of the biggest factors for Pacifica, well, there's two things. One that got weighted. One is what's called access to opportunity, so areas of high opportunity. So these are desirable areas to live that have great recreation, schools, high quality of life. You're one of those communities. And also access to jobs, which you may not think of Pacifica itself as a job center, but the way they calculate that is based on the distance to get to jobs. So a 30-minute drive or a 45-minute transit commute will count you as being in having high access to jobs. So that factored into Pacifica's numbers. But again, the biggest factor is that the region's number went up 230%. So that bigger number has to get distributed to all the cities around the region. Let's go to the next slide. Another important thing to keep in mind, this is a planning exercise. So those RENA numbers give you a target to plan for. We actually need to plan for more than the exact number. So the state looks for anywhere from, there's no exact number, but typically a 15 to 20% buffer above what your RENA numbers are. Another important thing to keep in mind, again, those are 8-year numbers. As you think about your general plan has a longer horizon. So you'll want to be thinking about not just this 8-year period, but beyond that. So again, you'll need and want a buffer more than what those RENA targets are. Let's go to the next slide. So obviously a number of hurdles, number of challenges to think about how to get to those numbers from a planning perspective, and then also the things that you might do to support the actual development of those units. So you've got the current pipeline projects, which is a huge help. You're also looking at your general plan and updating your general plan, and you've got the Sharp Park specific plan, which is an area that you're looking at. Hey, this is an area that we could look at potential change and creating some new housing and other types of activity. ADUs, accessory dwelling units. I know you've had an uptick in the number of ADUs in town. That's happening in a lot of communities, which is a great way to create new housing opportunities in existing neighborhoods. We have data on the affordability of ADUs in terms of allowing us to count them towards meeting some of your affordable housing needs. And there's other things you could do to support that. So projecting ADU production is also a way to meet your RENA numbers. And then there's the housing element process is itself just an opportunity to look at, again, housing needs, and really want to underscore it's not just those numbers in terms of RENA, but just looking really holistically at housing needs, the people who are aging in place in Pacifica, growing families, your own children who want to be able to find a house when they hopefully move out of your house. Even though I know under the pandemic, a lot of people are moving back to their parents, but at some point people want to have their own place. And so how are we planning for that future for all the different types of housing needs that exist so that Pacifica can be a great place to live into the future? Let's go to the next slide. So this is kind of the next 2 years. Right now we're in this process of looking at, so, where are we at? What's the evaluation of the current housing element? Where do we need to respond to new state law requirements? What are the housing needs data? So that process is happening right now to really define the work plan. The heavy lifting starts now and basically goes through fall of next year. Particularly, looking at the sites inventory, looking at other issues related to housing, have a complete draft by fall of next year that can go to the state for their look, then come back to you for adoption by January of 23. And I think that's the last slide. Oh, just to highlight, so one of the things we've been doing with 21 Elements is creating a shared web site and tool to support the housing conversations in the housing element update. So let's talk housing.org. We already had one round of sort of countywide outreach, and there was a breakout room with Pacifica. This was a few weeks ago. We had that All About RENA meeting last week. But this is a tool, and actually Pacifica will have its own part of the website within Let's Talk Housing, where you can post information on the outreach events that you're doing, use it as a way to get information, to share out information. So that's just a nice platform that by leveraging all of our work across 21 cities, we can do that for a very cost-effective way. And I think that's the last slide.
Yeah, David, I just want to emphasize the letstalkhousing.org. If you go to that, you can sign up on the Get Involved tab and sign up for text and email alerts. That's a good way to plug into the county-wide effort that Pacifica has plugged into to help with the outreach related to the housing element update. Another way to get on the mailing list would be to go to planpacifica.org. That's the city's general plan update and related planning projects page. There's a sign up method on there to add yourself to the city's mailing list as well. And then if you want to be doubly sure or just can't remember those, you can go to the planning department webpage and email any of our team members. Our email addresses are on the page for the department. And so just reach out and say, hey, I'm interested in the housing element update, and we'll plug you into the relevant lists as well. Great.
Great.
So yeah, we're here to answer any council questions to further the presentation that we gave and to continue the conversation on the APR or the housing element update or whatever other housing topics you're interested in.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. There was a couple things that I am interested in. One, you mentioned a data packet.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get that? Is there any way?
Yeah, the staff should have received it. Tina, Christian.
I just really like data.
There's a lot of it. I think it's like 60 pages.
Yeah, no, that would be great. And then the everything about RENA webinar recording. Can we also get a link to that? That would be really helpful for me. I know that.
Yeah, I think it's either been posted today or will be posted shortly
Okay.
on the Let's Talk Housing website.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yeah, I had a question about the maps. Do we have copies? Is that in the data report, the maps? Because I still can't even imagine this number. And I'm sure that the maps just show all kinds of hillsides that would not likely be buildable. And I'd really like to see those. And I am definitely concerned with the methodology. I know they've approved it, but we're within a half hour of job sites. Well, if you added, now I'm in favor of housing, I have to tell you that. But if you added 1,800 houses, it would take you 30 minutes to get out of Pacifica. We have one road in, one road out. We have no transportation. So the things that they're considering that they used to consider are not considered. And Half Moon Bay, that has a lot of land available that they could build on, got really low numbers and we got really high. And they have much easier access to jobs than we do because they have 92, which goes over and connects and goes down. So I just have to say my piece about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Mine was actually kind of related to David in that I really do think, and I have mentioned this when I've gone to some county committee meetings, that there needs to be some correlation between the housing and transportation, for a commitment from the county for public transit. Okay, because I'm on the representative for shuttle.org, or sorry, commute.org. They run shuttles, okay, but commute.org. And I keep advocating that, you keep doing it to office buildings, but you don't do it from large development of housing, that there needs to be a commitment from the county to support that transportation. And I just had one meeting today at congestion management, and the level of service on AM and PM south of the slide, they didn't count Pacifica because we're not coast side, is is level of service F. Okay, because the state, I know vehicle miles traveled is what they use, but the state law still for this particular document still says level of service. And so it just seems to me that I don't know if you're in any position to be, I know you're consulting with them, but to start advocating that, where's the transportation support for these things, because it's like the toll lanes, they're called the lawyer lanes because they just bill the clients while the poor guy that's working a minimum wage job can't use it because of the tolls. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Sure. And I'll just underscore, I'm explaining the methodology to you. I had nothing to do with writing it.
Oh, we were told today. Yeah, we were told today that the appeal didn't go through and that the methodology they used is going to be the methodology at this last meeting I was talking to. And I think there also needs to be some sort of temperance in terms of what other government agencies have power over your zoning, etc. Because like the coastal zone, the coastal commission, and I think all our open space, which made us desirable for the higher numbers, but I don't believe any of that really has development areas in there. And I've also seen the new draft guidelines for building and fire hazard areas, and they will prohibit Pacifica from adding very much housing whatsoever or any structures of any kind in those draft areas if they're adopted.
Yeah, no, it's a challenge in many areas. We're doing some work in the Monterey County area on the peninsula there. Those communities are actually under a water moratorium from the state water agency and have to update their housing elements to show how much new housing they're going to be providing. So it's one of these things. So again, the state law requires that we identify constraints, discuss them in the housing element, identify things we could do to overcome those constraints. So for example, there's a program underway within the Monterey Peninsula area to work with the water board and come up with a strategy to get rid of the water moratorium. But the housing element itself isn't going to do that, but it identifies that and identifies things that you could do in response. So all of these issues are things that will have to be looked at in the element and spoken to, and then identify sort of strategies for addressing.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? I don't see any. Okay. Well then,
let me just be nobody else asks a question. I'll ask a question. Is there any sort of plan on putting how they have cap and trade for carbon footprints and stuff, and is there any sort of thought of like a cap and trade program for housing that, some of the cities that basically we're supplying the housing for their workers over there, that they would give us some money to try to improve our transportation infrastructure, et cetera?
Not that I'm aware of, other than regional transportation planning and the way that taxes are structured to pay for transportation improvements, but no formal link to housing that I know. There is provision within state housing element law for the RENA process to allow for a subregion, which in the past some jurisdictions did in order to reallocate housing numbers in a different way. That has not happened successfully for a couple rounds now, because almost every jurisdiction is challenged to meet the numbers in terms of their planning. So it used to be that some jurisdictions said, hey, we've got all this land that we just rezoned to accommodate housing. We'll take some numbers and do some trading. But that last round, Napa County had some jurisdictions that tried to do that, and it was unsuccessful.
The problem is the peninsula doesn't have a lot of land to, smidgen around to different cities. So,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember O'Neill, there are other efforts underway to try to take a more regional approach to the affordable housing challenge at the very least. You may have heard about HART, or the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust of San Mateo County. They're trying to develop a program to allow cities to lend their affordable housing impact funds between jurisdictions to enable those that are primed and ready to build, but maybe don't have the money, to borrow the money to facilitate the financing of affordable housing, and then to pay it back so that there's a cycle of using the money where it's needed and can be used with impact at the appropriate time, rather than having it sit in each individual agency's affordable housing fund and sitting unused for extended periods.
Is there any ETA of that happening, or, is it just like preliminary discussions, or is that done for maybe like in a couple years or whatever?
Yeah, I'll have to check on the timeline for that. Certainly, the work to build that program, to vet it through legal review and whatnot, has been underway for some time. But I'll need to share a separate update at some point as to where HART is with that program.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
there's a meeting coming up where we'll be updated, so I can get you information from that meeting.
Okay.
It's
Thank
in
you.
the next couple weeks.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
What would be the benefit to, say, Brisbane, who's going to build 2,300 units onto their existing 2,300 houses? What would be the benefit in them giving us numbers towards our RENA, if that was even possible? And I know they suggested that the whole county do it, but the county of San Mateo, everyone had to participate, and the county of San Mateo said no, so it was out. But if we could trade numbers, how would that work? Why?
You'd have to answer that question, because
Okay. I mean, it would benefit us. It certainly wouldn't benefit Brisbane.
Right, which is why that provision in the state law has not been utilized much.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
All right. If there's nothing further on this item.
Want to open for public comment?
Oh, sure, of course. Let's see. Do we have anyone in the attendees that would like to comment on this item? If you do wish to comment, please raise your hand so that our assistant city clerk can call on you. And I'll give that to Assistant City Clerk Brooks whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor Beckmeyer and council members. Our first speaker is Remy Tan, who will be followed by Rick Nahas. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Remy Tan, a resident of Pacific Manor. I was just wondering if City Council has considered many of the shopping centers that are not very well occupied, if those can be redeveloped into housing to meet the RENA. Because we have a lot of shopping centers and it's a lot of land area, and it doesn't require developing on the hills, and it's also close to Highway 1, which is the most likely place if the county does increase bus service, will increase the service along that corridor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Nahas, you're our next speaker, followed by Cliff Lawrence. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Rick Nahas. I want to just comment on Council Member O'Neill's transit comments. Moss Beach is kicking off a low-income development project in the summer. And an interesting fact is that Moss Beach is the exact number of miles to the junction of Highway 92 and 101 in either direction. So I think transit is really important. Additionally, Samtrans is not putting any kind of express transit options in their current plan. So we're kind of looking at what we should tell them. The one thing that we're considering is their lot in Lindemar, they consider a transit hub, but that's kind of where their transfers happen to the south coast. And we're considering saying, even though you have a lot there, it doesn't mean it's the right place. We should probably connect downtown Pacifica with downtown Half Moon Bay. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Cliff Lawrence, you'll be up next, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Cliff Lawrence. I didn't see any, when you showed slides with the process and the steps, I didn't see any step that was the public comment or the public hearing. They were mentioned verbally, but I don't see them articulated as a step in your process. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I'm looking at your charts and I can't understand what they're saying about affordability. Are those income levels that people have that income, they're going to have housing available, or that's what they're going to pay? It felt like there was a gap there in trying to explain how we are going to meet moderate, low income, very low income, extreme low income. How does that happen when all I see we're developing is high-end projects here that, I can't afford, and I wonder who can. So I thank you for your presentation. I have to tell you, a lot of it was lost on me, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Christine Bowles, please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Christine Bowles. So I guess I'm a little confused. I'm excited to delve into this process and start to look for sites and a vision of the city, moving forward in the next 7 to 10 years. The first county meeting on the housing element said that everything starts with a general plan. So obviously ours is very old, and I know it's in the process of being updated, but I'm still not clear which elements we're looking at updating. For example, the safety element, is out of date for fire and flooding. The landslide issues are not correct either. So I really don't see how we can start to even think about what sites are appropriate until these elements get updated. The circulation element too fits into traffic. Again, I know those drafts were worked on in 2009 to 2014, but that's a lot of time still that's gone past. So I'm hoping somebody can answer the question of what parts of the general plan are being updated and when we can start to see that those drafts for public review, along with the EIR that's just been redone. And also, I'm confused about the inclusionary zoning. So I know projects are being approved with a certain percentage of below market rate units, but what is the income level for that? I mean, below market rate doesn't really tell me very much, especially given how expensive rates are, and what level of low income are we really talking about? And then just so what I've heard, I mean, obviously the data that you've just shared said no low or very low income housing has been built in the last 7 years. I've been told that none was built in the last cycle before that either. I love some brainstorming about what we can do to build partnerships to actually build those low income housing units that we need. And given the fact that housing, average housing prices have gone up so much just even in the last 7 years that, now what used to be affordable as a $300,000 or $500,000, $1,000 house, for an average working person are now, over $1 million. And so the disparities in income and ability to access housing have really changed a lot in the last few years. So I think the problem is even a lot more than what it was in the past. So anyway, looking forward to partnering with you all to improve the housing situation. Thank you.
We'll next hear from Summer Lee. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Summer Lee. I think Christine said some of my points and my questions I had. But I also had a question about this process and how public input figures into it. And so how will public input be incorporated into the draft housing element, and then how will it come back to us? I think that, and then, and what percentage of our input is considered when the final draft is done. And again, the safety element is something I'm wondering about too, because if we are going to prioritize low income housing, they're quite vulnerable already by dint of their socioeconomic status. And so I would not want to target low income housing in places that, have safety issues. So I'm curious to see if the safety element is part of this process. Yeah, I have many questions, but I know this is a long process. So those are my top two right now. Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to council.
Mayor Beckmeyer, a hand just went up from Sue DeGree.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear from Sue DeGree.
Sue, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue DeGree. Yeah, sorry. So all the questions council asked and the folks in the community were really quite good. So a couple of things struck me. One, so if I'm understanding this correctly, the community and the city can appeal, for example, how the methodology went, for example, the 30 minutes from a job site, for example, and there was a couple others, but I don't have my notes in front of me. The other one was after it was mentioned, the chart about the low, very low, moderate, and all that. Mr. I forget his name, sorry, Driscoll, I think, mentioned that, but then market comes in and builds. So, it's almost like, well, we're going through a big old exercise for what? And to get back to the transportation thing, I don't know how anything is realistic without some commitment, and that can't be the city because we can't afford it on our own, some commitment from somebody, the county, the state, that there will be public transportation, and it has to deal with back of the valley and coming down from the hills, because we're aging people in all those sections, and there are young adults that are young teenagers and stuff that want to drive that can't. So the public transportation issue is huge, just huge. And then I think ADUs, do we have a way of committing ADUs to affordable? How, if it's all just planning, but market comes in and builds, where's the power to really have those zeros in low, very low, and below moderate? How is this possible? Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, I think Councilmember Vaterlost had a couple questions or comments.
Since this is a study session, can some of the questions that were asked by the public be answered, since this is not a regular council meeting?
I was thinking the same thing. And on that, I was noting some questions about the safety element of the general plan and which other elements of the general plan are being updated and how those bear on housing. And there were some concerns about the linkage in the data charts, how the low income percentage of area median income relates to the affordability of the cost of housing, and bringing those two together.
Mayor Beckmeyer, if you don't mind, maybe we can do one question at a time.
Sure.
So, yeah, so I can follow too.
Yeah.
So the first one was the safety element. Is that the one you said?
Safety element and other elements of the general plan. The question was which other elements are being updated in this cycle?
Right. So the city is undertaking a comprehensive general plan update. And so all of the elements of the general plan and in at least one case, a new element is being prepared for adoption by the city council. So it will be the first comprehensive update to the general plan since the 1980 general plan was adopted. Certainly a lot has changed since 1980 in Pacifica. And so it would update all of those relevant planning assumptions, community values, and reflect updates in state law. So again, a comprehensive update and all of the elements will be updated in that process. And the timeline we expect is summer of this year for adoption, which if we can complete that process would help greatly with proper information to inform our housing element update as well. In particular, the housing policy analysis that David mentioned, analyzing our policies in relation to other constraints that may relate to housing production, and very importantly, to identification of sites for the housing site inventory list, or the maps that Council Member Vaterlos referenced earlier in our discussion.
Okay.
Linkage of the income levels in the APR to what that means in the real world. So again, I can't justify necessarily the format. We're obligated to use the format from the state. Those income levels that you see where they are stratified across very low, low, moderate, those correspond to the income levels I showed in my presentation earlier. You can go to the San Mateo County Department of Housing website or Google income limits San Mateo County. It'll be one of the first results that comes up in Google or whatever search system you use. That will show you, so anyone interested can drill down more into what it means based on family size to be within one of those income categories. And it also shows the presumed reasonable rents for each of the respective income categories. And so in a sense, it means what you would expect to pay if you were an individual living in one of those affordable housing units. But another way to say it is if housing costs more than that, it's unaffordable. So there are multiple uses for that data. But to the particular question by the commenter a moment ago, that shows that the housing unit costs no more than that income limit per month for rent, and therefore is determined to be affordable to someone in that extremely low, very low, low, or moderate income level. And to sort of branch off of that to respond to another question that came up in relation to the city's BMR ordinance. Our ordinance has language in it that requires 50% of the required BMR units to be available to lower income individuals. That could be someone at low, very low, or extremely low. Typically, due to the market dynamics, the developer is going to propose at the highest income level it can, which would mean 80% of area median income. The ordinance says that the other 50% can be made available to persons with moderate incomes, which is above 80%, and so in many cases up to 120% of area median income. So our BMR ordinance, it's pretty good, and it provides for the provision of below market rate housing units in certain types of development projects, but it doesn't require meeting the needs of all affordable housing income levels. And so we need to be clear about what we are and what we are not able to do with our ordinance.
And if I could just add a few points to the BMR, below market rate ordinance, which is also known as the inclusionary housing ordinance. The developer can make 100% of the 15%, the required below market rate units, to be lower income. They don't have to be half moderate. Just wanted to make that point if they wanted to provide more affordable units. And then just getting to the question about how to use those tables, the other way it's relevant to somebody who may be in affordable housing or looking for affordable housing is if they're searching for and find what's called a restricted unit. It's a unit like at the former Marymount project. They're required to be low income, that is the rent. That translates into the maximum rent that your landlord can charge you. It may be lower because of state rent control or whatnot, or their own programs that they have in place. But that's another way, not just to see if you qualify, but it's also relevant and is real, becomes real to the person as to that's the maximum that they could expect to pay if they're in a restricted unit.
Okay, other questions?
I think there was one about shopping centers. I was just looking at the notes. The council may recall from some of our study sessions on the general plan. I know the Sharp Park specific plan, definitely there was more recent discussion about mixed use zoning designations, but if you think a little bit farther back to the general plan, there are also applications of the mixed use zoning designations in other shopping centers in town. So I did want to mention that, and Christian may be able to elaborate more. I'm just going through my notes to see if there's anything else that we may have missed.
Tina, while you're doing that, I want to expand on that point. And so I think it's easy to think that the housing element or the general plan, each of them might be, sort of the answer. There's overlap and they're related, but they accomplish different purposes. And the reason I'm saying that is in relation to the comment in particular about, or at least the suggestion, I should say, in the comment that we should use commercial shopping centers to meet our housing element site inventory, for example. The general plan that we're working on, as Tina mentioned, and the community input we've received in earlier planning efforts and as recently as a couple of weeks ago, really are driving us to push for planning for housing in mixed use configuration, redevelopment of underutilized or aged commercial areas, and other infill opportunities similar to that. However, state law has really made it more difficult in recent years to use those types of sites, redevelopment sites in particular, to count towards our housing element site inventory. And so I just want to be clear now that you may see a disconnect in our planning process for the housing element site inventory. And it's not because we aren't hearing the community. You'll see most of those policies that the community wants reflected in the general plan and the land use element of the general plan in particular. But you may see a very different map or list of sites as a result of state law that says, hey, cities, you've been counting on these developed sites to redevelop to count for your affordable housing and your housing production. But our contention at the state level is that those sites have barriers to redevelopment that are getting in the way of affordable housing production. And so we're going to limit your ability to use many of those existing developed sites. And we want you to find nice, clean, undeveloped, vacant sites that we can put a bunch of units on. And so that's something that the community and the council needs to prepare for. And there's really only so much we can do as a city to address that particular constraint.
And then I think the last one was the public input. I do want to say that the state, as a part of development of housing elements, does require robust public input, equitable public input. We want to hear from everybody. And you can, I think, can anticipate that we will have public input opportunities throughout this effort. And the question was, does 100% of the comments get considered? And the answer is yes, 100% do get considered. We do submit all of the public comments that we receive to the council for their consideration. The difficult part of our job and the council's job is that some of those comments will have some tension, right? Some folks may think housing should be one place and others think absolutely not, it should be somewhere else, or that's not appropriate. And so I don't know that there's ever a planning process where everybody is happy, but we can say that every comments are certainly appreciated and considered 100% of the time.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, were there other questions that you noted that were asked from public comment that we didn't touch on?
I think I had a question, actually. So there were some comments made about the city plans and the market builds, but are other cities working in partnership with developers? And is that a possibility for us to do that? Or is it just, can someone ask?
Christian, you want me to?
Yeah, David, and I'll probably have a follow-up point that comes to mind, but why don't you start, please?
Yeah, I mean, my main point I wanted to make when I said that is that, cities aren't housing developers. And people just need to understand that. But cities are looking at all sorts of creative ways to help facilitate, support, particularly affordable housing outcomes in their communities. It's no secret, land costs are extremely high. Construction costs are extremely high. So just building a unit, let alone, take out profit, everything else, just building a unit is expensive. And it's almost impossible in many Bay Area communities to actually build a regular unit and deliver it as an affordable housing unit without all sorts of special financing, partnership, and other forms of support. So yeah, cities are looking at ways they can use land they own, use financing tools that they may have available to them, put in place requirements, put in place density bonuses in return for higher levels of affordability. There are a number of policy tools that you have available that cities are using. And so one, don't beat yourself up that you're not seeing a lot of affordable housing development. That's true of almost every community. And challenge yourself to find creative ways to support that affordable housing, because I think everybody understands it's so critical to our communities. And there is a lot of learning that can happen between Pacifica and other places in terms of what's working and what makes sense for Pacifica as you look to the challenges of the coming 8 years and beyond.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, David. And I wanted to add also that, there are communities in the Bay Area that have greater financial resources available to them at the city government level or county government level than Pacifica. And they use their funds to great effect. And they still aren't able to produce all of the affordable housing that's needed in those communities. But what a community like Pacifica with fewer financial resources can still think very carefully about is what regulatory tools, in particular its land use policies, that it can put into place to encourage the construction of the desired types of housing. Frankly, Pacifica has a lot of housing policies that support single family residential construction right now. And that's not going to be a vehicle to accomplish our robust housing needs across all income levels. And so in the general plan update, the specific plans and the zoning updates that we're working on, the council can really lean in and push aggressively for the appropriate densities, eliminating procedural barriers, eliminating burdensome requirements. Off-street parking is a common one that really adds to the cost of a total project and frustrates the delivery of affordable housing units in particular, but housing units across all types, and really results in the only types of housing being built as high-end, expensive, above market rate, or not above market rate, but above affordable levels for people of lower incomes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
I just kind of wanted to bring up is I was reading something about the Half Moon Bay general plan, and they're working on their general plan, or maybe it's in their local coastal plan, but they actually put an affordable housing overlay on pieces of property down there. It's something similar to that. You're the planning professional, not me, but I noted that because I thought that was something that would be interesting for us to look at when we do the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan, that we take and consider an overlay for affordable housing as part of the plan.
David, do you have any observations to share about affordable housing overlay zones?
Yeah, so I think they called it a workforce housing overlay.
That's it, yes.
Yeah, so they are just finishing up their general plan update, and I think it just went to the Coastal Commission like last week or 2 weeks ago. So that has set them up for this housing element update because they've already gone through the process to identify opportunity sites and areas that they're looking at rezoning. So that I think is, the opportunity you have also looking at your general plan and specific plan areas in conjunction with the housing element, and sort of where you can look at those kinds of policy tools as well as particular sites that lend themselves to helping to meet your community's housing needs. It'd be great. It'd be great to actually just set up a conversation with Jill and her team down there. That's some of the learnings they have.
That would be nice, but we'd have to put them in every single neighborhood.
Well, I mean, it's to start, you know what I mean? You can sit there and keep capping on it and not do anything, or you can start the dialogue and start the conversation so that people know this is where they want to have affordable housing. It's kind of like somebody buys a house in San Bruno, you know the airport is there. You know what I mean? So if you have an overlay that says affordable housing is slated for this area, then people know it. Okay, and that's that. And then so, you know.
Well, in the sense that our inclusionary housing ordinance allows or requires a certain number of units are set aside for below market rate, that does apply across the city. So I mean, I realize it's not a lot of units that come out of that process, but it is one example of a policy that would pertain regardless of which neighborhood you're in.
Well, I think one thing that we should look at, and I don't know if this is legal or not, I'm just speaking off the top of my head, but is can we eliminate the housing in lieu fee? Okay, I mean, the fact that Harmony One or Ohlone Landing or whatever it's called this week is, you know, paid $40 million project, they paid 340,000 affordable housing fees. We can't even buy dirt for that. Well, you know, if it had been zoned and planned properly, they might have had to build 5 or 6 units, and we would have actually had people in a house right now. So I would like to explore the fact, can we eliminate or severely restrict the in lieu fee for those projects?
Yeah, Councilmember O'Neill, I think you touch on some really important points. I think it's going to take a combination of policy approaches, and I think all the items you brought up warrant further discussion. On the affordable housing in lieu fee in particular, I used to be an adherent of your school of thought, like let's just not have fees be a part of it. But there's a good argument to make for being able to leverage those fees to produce more than a single unit in the hands of a skilled affordable housing developer. And so there's give and take to the different approaches. The good news is our ordinance today by default requires the construction of the units on the site, and only with special approval from the city can payment of a fee or other measures be taken to satisfy that requirement. So you kind of have the best of both worlds where you can require the construction or you can authorize a fee. Developer can't unilaterally choose to pay the fee and not build the units.
Then maybe we need to jack up the fee, you know, because it's, you know, $40 million project, 343,000, that's not even 1%.
Yeah, I think it's a different conversation. Certainly there are critiques to be made of that particular project and how things ended up the way they did, probably beyond the discussion for tonight. But, you know, looking at what it costs to build as compared to the dollar value of the homes being sold in a particular development can result in some different orders of magnitude potentially. I think also to the question of, you know, how do we get greater utility out of our BMR ordinance? You know, one approach is to consider how to increase the number of projects that would meet that threshold of 8 units. So do we increase densities? Do we, you know, eliminate maximum density but establish minimum densities? There are a number of different ways to go about it if the council is really interested in trying to meet a broad community housing need, not just of affordable housing units, but also of market rate units, which hopefully will eventually make all units more affordable. You know, the old way of providing affordable housing was to build enough housing, right? But that hasn't been the case for decades in California for a variety of reasons. And it's led to us really trying to tailor make specific interventions to meet immediate needs. And so there's, you know, near-term and long-term policies that need to be implemented as well.
Can our housing element actually put in there the type of housing in regards to, like we have 4 senior housing projects in Pacifica, but we have 0 affordable family projects in Pacifica. Can you put that in the element or the plan?
I think, you know, David, please chime in. I think typically what you'll see is housing projects looking to obtain special financing that may be available to age-restricted affordable housing developments. And you also, you know, fortunately or not, you'll see age-restricted affordable housing used as a tool to minimize community opposition to housing projects or affordable housing projects by saying, oh, these older folks won't drive as much, and so there won't be as much traffic or noise. And so, it's a consequence, I think, of broad opposition to housing generally. And so, I think there are probably some unique ways that we can make sure that we provide housing for all ages and not fall back on old ways of using age-restricted housing as a cover for housing in general.
Could I ask everyone to please mute their phones? Thank you.
I'll just quickly build on that. I think, yeah, it's something that a lot of communities are concerned about. There's the way that sort of money in residential real estate development has flowed in the last 10 years. It's created a lot of 1-bedroom and studio apartments. That's just like what's been profitable, and there's been a proliferation in most urban centers around the country. So a lot of communities are looking, okay, well, that's great. That's helped meet part of our need, but we really want to see more sort of family-friendly, family-sized housing. One of the areas that has led to a lot of discussion is what's called missing middle housing. So missing middle housing types are things like duplexes, triplexes, small 4-6 unit apartment developments that, if you look in most California communities, you see a lot of them from the 30s, 40s, 50s. That's sort of what got built in a lot of neighborhoods. And then over time, there was more of a sentiment towards downzoning and creating single family only zones. So there's a lot of communities that are looking at that as one way to create more sort of family oriented housing. Obviously, it's some communities are more interested in it than others. I'm not advocating one way or the other for Pacifica, but it's just an example of sort of communities that are looking at other ways to create different types of housing, more diverse types of housing. And then there's other ways you can, again, particularly if you're entering into partnerships, working with nonprofit housing developers, others where you could try to drive a different type of unit mix in larger developments as well, in terms of looking for 2, 3, 4 bedroom even units being created in a new development. So there's different ways to do it, but it's all, I think, again, sort of what makes sense for Pacifica, and sort of what's your vision of success, and then the staff team, and we can look at sort of how to put the right policy tools together to drive those outcomes.
Okay. Other comments or questions? All right, we have 5 minutes before we start our next meeting. So why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 7 o'clock to start the council meeting.
David, thank you.
Thank you, David, for coming. Take care. Good info.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Very much. City of Pacifica City Council meeting. We have our council members here. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Big Stick,
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Present.
Councilmember Butterlos,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer,
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Here. And could we please have a flag salute by Councilmember Big Stick?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Beckmeyer, would you like me to make a few notes about the meeting format tonight?
Yes, please.
This meeting is being held by video conference with no physical location open to the public. The public can observe and participate in the meeting via the Zoom link provided in the agenda or by phone to the dial-in number and webinar ID provided in the agenda. The meeting may also be observed live on local TV channel 26 or online at www.cityofpacifica.org/live stream. For this meeting, live verbal public comments may be made through participation by Zoom. For members of the public participating by Zoom, use the raise hand button to indicate that you wish to speak on an agenda item or during oral communications when the mayor calls upon that agenda item. For those participating by phone, use *9 to raise your hand to request to speak, *6 to unmute yourself. The city clerk will call upon speakers at the appropriate time and unmute you and allow you to unmute to talk after calling you by screen name or the last 4 digits of your phone number if you're dialing in. Please clearly state your full name for the record at the start of your public comment. Written and email public comments will not be read or monitored during the meeting, but will be made part of the written record and provided to council members. Those received by 3 p.m. today were provided to council members and posted on the city's website. The format of this meeting may be altered or the meeting may be canceled if needed. You may check on the status of the meeting by visiting the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org for any updates.
Thank you very much. We have a few special presentations before we get to our consent calendar. We have 3 actually. We're going to have a presentation of our Pacifica Beach Bites Bingo, which is our collaborative project between the Economic Development Committee and the Chamber of Commerce. We are then going to have a proclamation, which is to declare May 2021 Mental Health Month. And we will have the 2021 Open Space Preservation Award. We'll start with Beach Bites Bingo. And I believe we have representatives from, I see Kathleen Courtney from Economic Development, and I don't know if we have Archie Juden from the Chamber of Commerce tonight. Do you see him?
I don't see Archie Juden online. If he's present in the attendees, please raise your hand, Archie, and I can promote you to panelist.
Or I could speak for both of us.
Ably, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
I'm not seeing any raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, why don't you go ahead, Miss Courtney.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathleen with the Pacifica Economic Development Committee, and this Pacifica Beach Bites Bingo has been really successful in the sense that there's a lot of energy out there on it. There are people that are submitting. I just got a text right before here with another picture of someone getting another square, and it's all to support our Pacifica restaurants and inevitably also our Pacifica retail, who are the benefactors of a $50 gift card that our winner is going to get. But tonight I have a surprise. Fog City Yogurt has donated an additional gift card. So on top of the $50 gift card that the city is providing, Fog City is giving out a lovely breakfast or pupusas, and I can speak for it. It's delicious. So without further ado, let's get rolling. I'm going to draw the name of this week's lucky winner. And by draw the name, I mean push a button on the wheelofnames.com and see who we have winning. So without further ado, here we go. Okay. Okay, it's spinning. It doesn't stop getting exciting. And it is, the lucky winner is Louise Hansford. Louise Hansford, you are the lucky winner. Yay, congratulations. And I'm going to just say very quickly that, because I wrote down this time the restaurants that she went to, I wrote everybody's down, and hers were Kenny's and Taqueria La Perla, Pacifica Pizza Project, Champapai Burger Board. Congratulations, Louise. I will get a hold of you and you'll get your surprise extra gift over at our friends at Fog City. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for supporting Pacifica Beach Bites Bingo. Please feel free to get a hold of me or any of us, and we could turn you on to the website and all the different places. At almost all the restaurants have the cards now. So good luck next week.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. And now we will turn our attention to the proclamation in recognition of May 2021 as Mental Health Month. I believe we have guests with us tonight, Chris Rasmussen and a commissioner. Trying to find our commissioner. I just saw
Mayor Beckmeyer. We have Commissioner Yoko Ng with us for tonight with respect to this proclamation that you're about to read.
Okay, great. Then I'll go ahead. This is a proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of May 2021 Mental Health Month. Whereas mental health and freedom from substance abuse issues is fundamental to the overall health and well-being of all community members in the City of Pacifica, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religion, or economic status. And whereas mental health and substance abuse conditions affect 1 in 4 adults in the United States in 2019, estimates suggest that 1 in 4 adults with mental health condition are not receiving the help they need. And whereas mental health and substance abuse conditions are treatable as other health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance abuse issues can recover and lead full, productive lives. And whereas stigma prevents many from seeking services and support, education and contact with those sharing stories of hope and recovery are key to reducing this stigma. And whereas the 2021 May Health Month, MHM, focuses on the theme #HopeForChange. This past year has brought unanticipated changes, leaving us to face these challenges and transform. #HopeForChange reminds us to spread hope and rely on the hope that carried us through a year of change. And whereas the San Mateo County Mental Health Month Planning Committee and partners have organized over 31 free virtual events that feature open mic, music, art, films, pets, children's stories, speaker panels, and more. And whereas San Mateo County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services staff, community members, and clients and consumers and family members dedicate themselves to promoting wellness, resilience, recovery, inclusion, and equity around mental health and substance abuse conditions and issues. Now, therefore, I, Sue Beckmeyer, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby designate the month of May 2021 as Mental Health Month and call upon the community members and partners to recommit to reducing stigma and promoting wellness around mental health and substance abuse issues. Done this 26th day of April 2021. And Commissioner Ng, did you want to speak on this item?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate that. I myself, my career is a medical interpreter. So as also an immigrant here in the United States, for living here for over 20 years, living in County of San Mateo, I really appreciate that. I just want to bring out some points here. Why Mental Health Month? Mental Health Month is one of the best times of the year to increase awareness and inspire action to reduce stigma against those facing mental health and substance use issues, just like you have mentioned earlier. And lime green here, lime green is the national color for mental health and represents how we want to bring a bright light to an important issue that may be hidden or seen negatively. And lastly, with the 2021 Mental Health Month theme, Hope for Change, reminds us to spread and rely on the hope that carried us through a year of change. And I just want to bring up, welcome any public comments. Why is Mental Health Month and Hope for Change important to you? And secondly, what specific change do you want to see in this city to support those facing mental health and substance use issues? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm checking. I do see a hand. Assistant City Clerk Brooks, can you please check and see if the individuals raising their hands are seeking to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor, let me go first to Nirmala Bandrapalli. Please state your name for the record and let us know what item you're wishing to speak on.
It looks like your mic is muted, so we're not hearing you.
Hi, I'm Nirmala Bandrapalli. I want to just comment on the proclamation. I am part of the Commission on Status of Women for the San Mateo County, and I'm one of the commissioners. And I'd like to thank Honorable Mayor Sue Beckmeyer and council members for designating May as a Mental Health Month and really championing it and spreading that hope and inspiring people in San Mateo County to take part in activities and bringing that mental health awareness. I'm very thankful to all of you.
Thank you very much.
There's another hand raised from Pearl Ibanusi. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Pearl Ibienosi. I really want to use this opportunity to thank Mayor Sue and all the council members for bringing and recognizing the mental health as a month for hope moving forward. It is really, really unbelievable what is going on the schools in this modern day generation, especially with the COVID pandemic. Most of our youth are going through a lot of crisis, mental crisis, knowingly and unknowingly. And unfortunate thing is, most of the parents are now recognizing it, but it's wearing them down. It is there before, but it's more now with the COVID. Even to top it up, even the younger ones with this isolation, like stay home and studying on Zoom. So for City of Pacifica to recognize this as we're moving on is really, really wise and good thing to do. Because when we start dealing with this and start making it aware to people, it will help reduce the stigma. The parents, most of the parents are not willing to seek help because of the stigma. Even if they notice it, they're kind of scared, and most of them do not know what to do about it. So with this mental health month, I'm really happy, and I wish that in recognizing it, that there needs to be more education to the parents, to the public, to be aware of it, and to really tell them it's like somebody that have diabetic or blood pressure or injury. If it's not treated, it will go deeper. And the fortunate thing is that if mental health is treated, people can go beyond. We lost a lot of mental health patients to homelessness because it's not being treated well. Ironically, when it cannot be treated, it can lead to homelessness, which will become a big problem and challenges to the city. I'm talking with experience. One of my daughter, on her graduating from USC, Los Angeles, 3 months prior to graduation, was hit with mental illness. I didn't know how to identify it. I was traumatized. I couldn't see it, but I seek for help. And I was open and vocal about it. Today, my daughter later on went back to school, not physically, but took her 2 classes in Skyline College, and her doctor helped through the school to bring the transcript back to school. She graduated and she went the upper year and graduates. Next month, she will be finishing her master's degree in UCSF San Francisco. Had it been, I was ashamed, I didn't embrace it, I didn't seek for help, and kind of make it open for people to know, and everybody, please. So I'm look at what I'm going through, is scaring me. I could have lost my daughter to homelessness, but I didn't. I move forward, I seek help, I embrace help. Today I've seen the positive impacts. So today is my first time being in the meeting, and here I come, month of mentalness. I say, wow, there's a reason why God wants me to be here today, to share it and expose what is going on, so that more parents will be able to deal with this in a more positive way. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much for speaking.
I just want to share a brief comment. I thank you for sharing such inspiring story, and it's a great example of resiliency. Thank you.
If I could comment, if you don't mind.
Please.
Thank you so much for being here. Mental Health Month has been really important in all the work that I do for quite a while now. And the young people that I work with through the Daly City Youth Health Center in the high school district are going to be facilitating some mental health workshops specifically during Mental Health Month. So, we're grabbing on tight, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Councilmember Bigstick?
I want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer said, and just say thank you, first of all. And mental health is such a huge topic, and so often we're sitting here on Monday nights listening to the public craving resources for dealing with mental health. And sometimes something as simple as shining a light on the issue and saying we're designating this time to pay a little bit more attention and see if we can focus a little bit stronger on working together to see what solutions we can come to is a powerful thing. So thank you for the proclamation, and thank you, Commissioner Ng, for being here. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Ng, for joining us tonight. And we will carry forward with this. And I do understand that the lighting, the green light, is something that you're asking people to do this month. So if people have the lime green light, they can place it in their front light in their home, or to shine a light on the issue. Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something else?
Oh, Mike had his hand up, but I didn't know.
Oh,
if
I
he wanted-
didn't see Mike's hand up.
No, I took it down when you started doing the closing remarks. So,
Oh,
okay.
please.
No, I was just going to say basically kind of the same thing. I mean, given the challenges that we saw this past year with COVID and the issues, a lot of kids with the isolation, the increase in drinking and everything, I think it is important that we do look at that and we acknowledge what can happen to some people, and that any support you can give anybody is important. I mean, our police department did a great job out there at the pump station earlier this week to someone that was possibly suicidal. And that was because they, cared, they had the resources and were able to take care of it. So I just wanted to acknowledge them, but I also wanted to acknowledge those that are encouraging people to look at that, be aware of it, and help people get help.
Thank you. All right. Thank you again, Commissioner Ng. I am looking for Jim Sullivan. City Clerk Coffee, is Mr. Sullivan in attendance with us tonight?
I see Joanne Arnos, and we're bringing Jim Sullivan over right now as a panelist.
Mr. Sullivan is a member of the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, and he will be presenting the 2021 Open Space Preservation Award.
Great. Can you hear me?
We can. Please
Great.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorary Mayor and Honorary Council members. It's my distinct pleasure to award Ken Miles the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee Preservation Award for 2021. Whereas Ken Miles made significant contributions to the preservation and protection of Pacifica's open spaces and natural resources to the benefit of Pacifica's residents and surrounding communities for present, future generations through his advocacy, service, public education, and community organizing. And whereas in 1975, Ken Miles co-founded Pacifica's United to Save Our Hills, PUSH, with the purpose of preserving Sweeney Ridge as public land. And whereas Ken Miles and other co-founders of PUSH hosted public meetings, wrote letters to newspapers, grew PUSH to 35 active members, and collected over 5,000 signatures in support of the goal of preserving Sweeney Ridge from development. This potential development included a proposal to extend Highway 380 through Sweeney Ridge. And whereas on May 12, 1984, Ken Miles' dedication and perseverance was successful, and Sweeney Ridge was permanently protected as part of the GGNRA, the Golden Gate National Recreation Area System. And whereas after protecting Sweeney Ridge, Ken Miles continues to protect Pacifica open spaces as a member of the San Pedro Flood Control Committee, worked with Pacifica's city engineers during the 1982-1983 to develop flood prevention solutions that protected San Pedro Creek's natural character and ecological function, successfully avoiding hardening and channeling the creek. And whereas Ken Miles continues to advocate for and contribute to the protection of nature, equitable access to open space, and public education about the history of California and Pacifica as a current board member and vice president of the Pacifica Historical Society and publisher of its newsletter. Now, let it therefore be proclaimed that we, the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee of the City of Pacifica, do hereby declare Ken Miles to be the recipient of the 2021 Pacifica Open Space Preservation Award, done this 26th day of April 2021. Thank you. I believe Ken is here.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah.
Do we, City Clerk Coffee or Assistant City Clerk Brooks, do we see Mr. Miles? Can we bring him forward?
He's here.
Mr. Miles, would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Well, thank you. Can you see me? And can you hear me?
I see your name and I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody, especially people of Pacifica and the Open Space Committee and all the trust organizations, Post, and even the San Pedro Creek Restoration people for keeping Pacifica beautiful and with a lot of open space and that. And another group that should be recognized is the Friends of Pacifica, because they brought in Maury Point later on and made that part of GGNRA. And a Portola Foundation for originally bringing national attention to Sweeney Ridge. And a lot of the help that the various environmentalists have accomplished prior to the efforts of PUSH. It was a very hard organization and it took a lot of time, starting in, like you say, 75, but it really started heating up in 1977 with the paper kind of being against us. And there were pro-growth people talking about getting 380 over to the hill to Pacifica and how are we going to get out of here if there's an earthquake, etc. And there was also developers along the south of Pacifica that wanted Highway 1 to be widened from a 2-lane to 4 or 6 lanes all the way to Half Moon Bay, namely Westinghouse and Dolger had properties there. And I kind of always think back about that time and try to imagine what Pacifica would look like today had all our hills been built over. I mean, and ironically, I just listened to a housing development study session, and I know we need housing, but we also need wild open space, place that would make the heart feel you're in with nature. The animals can thrive and survive, and all of that. I have to recognize Ferd Simons, he's now gone, as well as Jan Dutton. They were the two other co-founders. Ferd, I would say, was the orator. He got up at the city council meetings, and one time he had a dried out gardener snake, and he held it up and said, this is what too much transportation and development would bring. It got a laugh out of the paper. And Jan Dutton was the scribe that wrote many, many letters to senators and that. But really, a lot of the work came from the members we had that wrote letters constantly. It seemed like every week we had to write letters. And then we had to go to meetings. And my job, I was with the Food and Drug Administration. I frequently was able to visit the various senators and congressmen at the federal building in San Francisco, as well as when I went on trips to Washington, D.C., I could visit with, I visited with Cranston, S.I. Hayakawa, and Tom Lantos. And we met with Congressman Leo Ryan, who was tragically shot in Jonestown, Guyana. We had great hopes because he was right behind us in getting this through. But that happened in 75, but Congressman Tom Lantos picked it up. There was a lot of work done, and I can probably bore you to death with all that. I was just wanted to say that we were really relieved when President Jimmy Carter signed off the bill in 1983. And then by 1984, they had worked out that Sweeney Ridge would be there. And I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is a flyer we had developed at the time. And almost everything that we had in the flyer, and we kept to our goal, was achieved. Still there's parts of Cattle Hill that must must be added, and Pedro Point, we'd like to see added. And I guess if I'm talking about things, I have a kind of a wish list, and I hope that what we did and push will serve as a inspiration for new grassroots organizations, that they can get out there and push their goals and achieve those goals. And they should be working with property owners and adverse groups, public officials, to get things done. Also, we need to have more trails that share horseback riders, bicyclists, and people for ADA, handicap, and senior citizens. And hopefully too is that we can have access to Sweeney Ridge through Pacifica side, and perhaps a better access through the Pacifica side, and some way that we can get people that are handicapped and senior citizens up to Sweeney Ridge, say once a week, maybe by shuttle, but they could use the road, paved road from Sneath Lane on the other side. The most important thing I think at this time is I'm really afraid of these wildfires that we're having, and all of our open space property, with about 70% of Pacifica, could easily be burnt up in a matter of a few minutes, like Paradise up in the Shasta Mountains area, I mean Sierras, and Santa Rosa. And then last year we had the Butano area fires in southern San Mateo County and Santa Cruz. That can happen here, and I understand that this is going to be another dry year. So we have a lot of paper streets that are owned by the city that are covered with Scotch broom and dead pine trees, large private properties that are in the same situation. I know that in Valleymar, there's that type of property, and just ripe to be fuel for the next fire. So to preserve our open space property, we should try to do something proactive, like the county is taking out the eucalyptus trees in the San Pedro Valley Park, and the county's using inmates to fight fires as well as eradicate the fuel load that's all around. And also the GGNRA, our partner, they created a fire break around the town of El Granada, where the end of their property goes butts up against the territory down there. We've been doing all these things to preserve our property, and I mean our open space. And that said, I think Pacifica is a beautiful place, and it will always be a beautiful place. And the more, I mean, we got 70% open space, but when you think about it, that increases our quality of life, as well as making Pacifica a very desirable place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those comments. I believe Assistant City Clerk, that we have someone in the public who would like to speak.
Yes, Mayor Beckmeyer, I see a hand raised from Sue Degree. Sue, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue Degree. I'll take a minute. I want to thank Ken, and he very graciously thanked a lot of other people. He is a team player, but Ken was very influential. And at a meeting at a progress seminar at Skyline College, the CEO of Silicon Valley surprised everybody, but she said the place visitors asked to see the most at her department of Silicon Valley Visitors Bureau was Sweeney Ridge. And the work he did for the flooding area. So a lot of people in that area now do not have to pay flood insurance. I believe I'm correct on that. And then he also has worked very hard for those of you who suffer from airport noise. He continues to work on that even now. And I do know, because he's talked a lot about the fire, protecting residents from fire. So Ken has done more than that one thing. And I want to thank you very much, Ken, for the hard work. It certainly isn't easy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised at this.
Joanne has her hand raised.
Okay,
Yes,
Joanne, are you there?
yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Joanne Arnos, excuse me. I'm a member of the Open Space OSPAC, we calling it right now, and I just want to thank Ken for his dedication to the city and especially our open space. And I know the work was difficult, but his accomplishments are more than we could recognize in our award that we gave him tonight. He's been instrumental in the city and our environment and the quality of life that we have enjoying our open space and trails. I want to thank him personally, and I want to thank the city for allowing us to award him this honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you're commenting on this item, please raise your hand. If you're commenting on the consent items or other items on tonight's agenda, we will be getting to those in a few minutes. Assistant City Clerk, I do see another hand.
Can we go now to Jessica Rabbit? Please state your name for the record and to which item you're wishing to comment.
Your microphone is muted, so we can't hear you.
Yes. My name is Jessica Byer Harrell. I'm the owner of California Writing Academy at 650 Cape Breton. And I want to commend Ken for his work back when these things were actually taken very quickly. I see myself as a modern day Ken as I try to preserve this when we have such few spaces for mental health issues. I've got thousands of people that want to come and get some peace of mind. And so I just want to commend him on his work, and I hope to continue that work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ken. Appreciate everything you've done for our city. And it's my first year on OSPAC, and I've heard so much about you. I feel like I've met you already. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sue. Mary.
Mike O'Neill, and then Councilmember Big Stick.
I think I've known Ken, what, 20 years?
Yeah.
Well, actually longer than that, because he and I were on the planning commission together.
That's right. That's right.
He was the chair, and now we're, between school board and here, it's been 24 years. So it must have been like 27 years. And he's always been a very calm, collected individual that kind of gets the job done, looks at the facts, and tries to do the right thing. And I just wanted to say thanks for all that you have done and all you will continue to do, because I know you're active there in the history, the historical society and stuff. So thank you very much, Ken. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mike.
Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Ken. Your work is inspiring, and it's humbling to think that you have played an integral role in ensuring that this is the Pacifica I get to grow up in. I was born in '83, and so you protecting this space meant I got to grow up in it. So thank you so much for doing that and spending this time of yours doing the work to keep us grounded in our essence. And just thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiger.
Councilmember Vatterlas.
I'd like to echo what everyone else said and thank you so much, because the open space is a huge part of Pacifica and why people like living here. And thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
And I will add my thanks and appreciation to those of my fellow council members. And also, thank you for your work with the Historical Society and keeping us informed and abreast of the important history in Pacifica, of which you are a part. Very grateful for your work. Thank you. Okay, council members. We have come to our consent calendar. So I would like to know if there are any council members that would like to pull any consent items for deliberation or discussion by council as a whole. If you just have a simple comment or you wish to make a statement on something, you don't need to pull it.
I have a question I want to ask on item number 4, Granicus. So
Okay.
just a question.
Anyone else?
So that item does not need to be pulled then if it's just a question.
Right.
I don't see any other hands, any requests for pulling items. So Councilmember O'Neill.
First, yes, first, since there are no pulled items on the consent calendar, now the mayor should ask for any members of the public to make comments if they have any comments on the consent agenda.
So I will turn it over to Assistant City Clerk Brooks to handle the questions. These are on questions on the consent calendar, which are items 1 through 8 on tonight's agenda.
Mayor Beckmeyer, I see 4 hands raised so far. The first is Summer Lee. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Summer Lee. I had questions about number 8. Last hearing, I left still with questions unanswered about the need for this particular zoning amendment ordinance. And I learned since then it has been updated the last time a few years ago. So why now? And what were the findings behind this change? And last hearing, Mayor Beckmeyer stated that she understood this ordinance. And I wondered if she could help the public understand a little bit more before the final passing of it. And what does this ordinance do? And what are the impacts? And I'm not talking about helipads, but the nonprofit organizations and churches in Pacifica. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Remy Tan, who will be followed by Cliff Lawrence. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, Remy Tan in Pacific Manor. Had a couple of questions on item number 7, the generator item. Was wondering, the generator that broke seemed to be fairly new. I was wondering why that wasn't covered under warranty. I was shocked that it's $83,000 for the rental and repair for about a 3-week period. Seems pretty high. And second question was regarding item number 8. I'm not sure why the items that were crossed out no longer need to get a use permit under that item. Especially there are items like churches and other assembly occupancies that would seem to have an impact on neighbors, traffic, and that sort of thing. Thank you.
Cliff Lawrence, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Suzanne Moore. Please state your name for the record.
Cliff Lawrence here. My question is about number 8 also. I wonder if somebody could articulate for us, what are we trying to achieve with this? And how does this accomplish that? I've got, and those are my questions basically, and I hope you can help us with that. Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, you're our next speaker. You'll be followed by Kat Imperato. Suzanne, please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Moore, and it appears I'm not the only one who's confused on number 8 this evening. And I did also notice, just like Remy did, that there had been some crossouts, and I freely admit that I really remain confused on this, and I'm concerned that there may be some possible consequences of this ordinance that I don't understand. I know that Director Murdoch on the 12th did tell us that this is sort of a house cleaning nature to better simplify the approvals for the special use permit, but this ordinance really appears to suggest a greater impact to the community, and I believe it's not been adequately explained. So I hope council reconsider advancing this ordinance and return it to the city planning staff for additional clarification. Thank you.
Kat Imperato, you'll be up next, followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Catherine Imperato. I'm the president of Pacifica Spindrift Players, and I just wanted to take a moment to comment on number 6 to provide a tiny bit of context really quickly, and also to maybe have a little bit of a diversion from all the comments on number 8. So this is probably something that maybe people hadn't fully read, but just to provide a little context, it looks sort of like a dry request for a lease addendum. But if you're not familiar with that, so Pacifica Spindrift Players were up in Odstead Park off of Crespi. And the rationale for this request that we've been working on developing with the city has been to allow us to basically continue to perform outdoors during the COVID pandemic. And so it's really a way for us to be able to continue to keep any sort of theater alive at a time when indoor theater is widely known to be unsafe. And so in the time where it's a little unclear when that will end, the end date is really for the request and for this proposal is to be at the end of the pandemic when we can safely perform indoors again. And that's really the hope, is that if this amendment would allow us to continue to produce theater from and for the community in Pacifica in a safe way, in a safe and accessible way. That is all. Thank you so much.
Christine Bowles, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Christine Bowles, and I'd also like to pull item 8. I'd like to again express my opposition to this zoning ordinance change as it's currently written. To my reading, the staff report says that with this ordinance, churches would now only be located in residential or R zones, which don't have the public transportation, the parking, and have more issues with noise. I asked for clarification about this at the Planning Commission hearing, at the last City Council meeting, and wrote emails stating my concerns and have still not received a single response. The planning staff has neglected to share any detailed analysis of current zoning and public benefits of existing churches and nonprofits. I think we all know that the church who recently bought the property at 650 Cape Breton is planning to build a church on this property that's currently zoned commercial recreational, and that also comes under the C2 zoning regulations. So this amendment is directly related to an upcoming project. According to a very experienced city planning consultant that I spoke with about the matter, zoning regulations that are arbitrarily changed without supporting documentation can be seen as discriminatory and can potentially expose the city to legal challenges. I encourage you to send this ordinance back to planning for proper analysis and data before a vote. Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then. Thank you. I'll bring it back to, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. There were a few questions about item 8, and Deputy Director Christian Murdoch is available to provide the explanation, as he did at the last City Council meeting, about what this amendment is all about, if that's the council's preference to hear at this point in time.
Yes, my question to council is whether we should pull this item and go ahead with the rest of the consent, or we should hear that discussion on item 8 and do it all as one. And feel free to chime in, City Attorney, if you have an opinion.
So there's council should wait to hear from staff. And then if they have comments on any other consent items, they can do that at that time. I mean, sorry, after the staff has spoken.
So have staff give us the update first.
Correct.
All right, let's go ahead then. Thank you. Thank you, Director Murdoch.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try my best to address a few points succinctly that the public comments touched on. So to start, this particular ordinance would not eliminate requirements for the uses that are delineated in it. Rather, it would eliminate the option of obtaining a special use permit and require the uses that are eliminated to comply with the basic zoning and general plan requirements of the city. So said another way, it returns this to normal order for more uses and really targets the special use permit process to those uses that have broad community public health benefits for for Pacifica. And so it's an item that came up as a housekeeping matter, as we mentioned at the prior public hearing on this item. In the course of our work on the Civic Center facilities project, we identified that this may not meet the community's needs today, as they may have once met the community's needs in terms of the list of uses eligible for a special use permit, which I'll remind you would enable them to go in any zoning district and any general plan designation. And so I think the council sees it the way that the staff saw it, that that should be a very narrow range of uses that, again, broadly meet public health, safety, and welfare. This is not a zoning ordinance addressing any particular project. In fact, there are no pending special use permit applications, and so no pending projects would be affected by this change. And importantly, our research identified no actual special use permits having ever been issued. And so it's not true to say that this would guide uses to places that they didn't already locate under other provisions of the zoning. And the last point I want to make is that as we analyzed in our staff report on this item at the Planning Commission and City Council, all of these affected items that would be removed with adoption of this ordinance from the special use permit procedures can be considered and undertaken in accordance with other zoning provisions, up to and including zoning and general plan amendments if necessary, but none of these uses would be excluded. And importantly, with concerns about nonprofit uses in particular, really the appropriate way to view them is not whatever their philanthropic nature is, it's their underlying core use, which in many cases would be office uses. And so as we explained at the prior public hearing, that can be considered under the standard zoning provisions for offices or whatever the respective uses may be.
Other points of clarification from council on this item? Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you. If we're going to continue talking about this at all, would it be pertinent at this point to pull it? Because I'd like to ask just a couple of clarifying questions, but I don't want to get in the way of passing the rest of consent just for the sake of asking a couple clarifying questions.
No, there's no need to pull it from consent.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Director Murdoch. Did you say an SUP has never been issued?
So it's hard to make such definitive statements, but what I can say is our research of the planning applications log, which goes back to the 1960s, did not find any indication of special use permits actually having been issued. What we found record of was a number of amendments to the zoning provisions over time to change the types of uses that could receive a special use permit. And so this fits in with that past pattern of periodically revising the list of uses to best meet the city's needs.
Okay. You know, what I keep hearing from the public is without this, you can only put a church in a residential area. Is it possible to put a church somewhere other than a residential area without the mechanism of a special use permit to go by?
I would say yes. So there would be the process to seek rezoning to a residential zoning district to allow a church to be operated. There's also the PD zoning process, which would result in approval of what's called a development plan to establish the range of allowable uses. So there are other mechanisms. And I just want to offer an observation on that comment about this would force them into residential districts. I don't know if that's the right verb I would use. What is occurring here is a restoration of the council's traditional zoning system. And so it's eliminating the special use permit procedure for various land uses, including churches in this case. And all it simply says is that the city council has determined that residential zoning districts are where churches ought to be located. And if that no longer reflects the council's desire and the community's values, then a separate process should be undertaken to amend the zoning to say churches should no longer be in residential districts. They should be in other zoning districts. But that's not the process here. This is simply affecting the special use permit process.
And again, it's a process that it sounds like hasn't been implemented since the 60s, you said? or at least to the nearest of your discernment?
Well, what I said is the logbook that we have ready access to goes back to the 1960s, and we did not find any indication there that a special use permit had been approved ever. We did find one application for a special use permit, and it was off the east end of Higgins Way for some type of religious retreat, if I remember correctly. But that application was never acted upon so far as we can tell.
And you said there's no current special use permits being applied for, or what'd you say exactly?
I said that there's no pending application for a special use permit, which is said in a different way. We don't have an application. We're not processing one. And so it wouldn't affect any pending application. And so that's an important point, I think.
So these changes are basically to make it so that health and safety are the proper uses for it, and more or less as we would more traditionally zone anything, that's what's left.
That's right. This is a really unique, and as the name indicates, a special type of tool for the city council to have. And this would tailor it to those uses which enhance or provide health, sanitary, or city services to the community. And all other types of land uses that the city council may endeavor to authorize can be undertaken through existing or future amendments to those zoning provisions as the council sees fit.
Okay. And I apologize, I don't mean to belabor anything, but just we've been hearing about it so often recently. I just want to ask that final clarifying question just one more time. If one of these projects came to us outside of zoning as it's otherwise established, without it being a special use permit, if it seemed like a good idea, presumably we could address it and, take a good idea and make it work, yeah?
That's right, and it happens from time to time. So let's just say whatever use came and the planning department staff said, well, that's not in the zoning for your piece of property. Well, we would say you need to undertake a zoning amendment, and your first stop might be to engage the city council members to see if they like your use in this location and want to amend the city's zoning, either the zoning map or the text of uses that are listed, or both. And that's a routine exercise of the city's land use authority that the city council can undertake whenever it sees fit.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
I just had one clarifying question about a couple times the word strikeouts was mentioned. Are there any different strikeouts in the second presentation of this than were the strikeouts the last time we looked at it?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the list of uses has not changed. However, we did incorporate your amendment with respect to clarifying the coastal zone in section 7 of the ordinance. Yep. So that's an addition that was not previously in the item that we brought to you at the last public hearing, but it was in the introduced version as the ordinance was amended verbally, and we've incorporated that amendment into the second reading version that you have tonight.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions?
I have a couple questions on items 4 and actually another one on 6, but I want to be sure we're through with 8 before I continue.
Anything further on 8, council members? Seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, item number 4, I see we're signing the agreement with Granicus, which I understand why I have no problems and stuff. But I know when I went to, it was either a school board or a League of Cities conference, they had a feature where the instance they used was like if somebody did a search of school lunches, it would pull up all the items that were ever on the council agenda for school lunches, and for us, like, let's say somebody pulled up Lindemar Boulevard or street paving, it would pull up all the street paving. Is that going to be a feature on the new Granicus? Is that covered in the contract?
So I wanted to this is Tina Wermeister, Assistant City Manager. I wanted to respond to that and also introduce our IT manager, Tommy Yu, who may have more technical information. So regarding agendas specifically, when a person clicks on the link to get to council agendas, it's very similar, but takes you to the Minute Track portal, and there you can search all of the agendas since we've started using that application for keywords. So
Okay.
yes, that option does exist for individuals to search on our website.
Cool, because I've had to go back to look at different items and it's taken me, sometimes I find it, sometimes I don't. Oh, cool. I like that. And on number 6, the adoption of the Second Amendment to the lease with Spindrift Players. The First Amendment we had, it had a date definite ending, but this looks like it's open-ended unless I'm missing it. Am I reading that? It begins May 15th, 2021 until San Mateo County has deemed it safe. So that could be next week or could be a year, right? Or 2 years.
I'll start on that, and if Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Director Perez is available, he might be able to speak to it more specifically. I believe the amendment would be in place until the emergency outdoor activities order would end, which would relate to the COVID ending, unless the council were to do something else related to continuing outdoor activities generally for commercial establishments. Director Perez is here though, so I'll defer to him.
Director Perez. Why can't
Mike, your audio is not coming through.
Not hearing you. Uh-oh.
If what I said was accurate, you could do thumbs up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, I have no problem if they want to make it permanent. I mean, it's, it is we were at the EDC, we were discussing about restaurants possibly wanting to make the outdoor activities permanent, etc.
Right.
And I don't know if we can amend a lease, if this would be a first step to doing that. But I have no problem approving it, but I also have no problem if we make it, kind of permanent part of the lease. So is that possible?
Well, I think what we should do is we could approve this as is, and then as we take up that issue of continuing outdoor activities, whether it's restaurants or other types of, like this performance type business or others, when we take that up in the beginning of the summer, we'll consider continuing that, and then as a whole for all of those activities that will require ordinance revisions and such, and build those in.
Okay, because I'm just concerned that they stopped doing it, but then we pass the ordinance and we update it again. You know what I mean? They can start doing it again in July and August. So okay, if we're going to look at that in the summer, because I don't want these businesses that have spent a lot of money, building barriers, and staking their claim of dirt, not being able to keep their restaurants open for outdoor dining. So that's my concern. So it's kind of advocating for the restaurants and Spindrift. So those are both my questions. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Sue Beckmeyer, Sue Vatterlaus has her hand up.
Sue Vatterlaus, please go ahead.
Since everyone's asking questions, I have a question on number 5. So if we're hiring someone because of our redistricting, what if we get our census reports back and they're the same? I believe I've asked this question before, but do we still have to go through the process of looking at the districts yet again, even if our census has stayed the same?
Yes, we do. We do. You don't need to necessarily change anything, but we do need to go through the redistricting process.
So I'll add to that the contract with NDC is built that the process would be shorter and more abbreviated if nothing changes based on the census results. and the council could choose to do that shorter, abbreviated redistricting version. And the contract is built flexibly to handle that once we know what the census results are, et cetera. I believe that's correct. If not, City Clerk Coffee can correct me on that one too.
I think that was a good explanation for me and hopefully for the public. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like, oh, Tiger, I was gonna make the motion, but.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Big Stick.
Yeah, there was a question from the public about number 7, specifically the emergency generator, whether or not it was under warranty or how new it is.
Do we have someone from Public Works that can address that?
Lewis is here.
Yeah, sure. Deputy Director Lewis Sun is here, and he could answer that expertly.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, Lewis Sun, Deputy Director, Public Works, Wastewater. The Sharp Park emergency generator, it's about 30 years old. It was repurposed to Sharp Park Pump Station as the emergency generator in year 2000. So it is not under warranty.
Okay.
And
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent items as stated, items 1 through 9. What is there, 8 or 9?
8.
8.
I'll second.
City Clerk Coffee.
And with the consent calendar, moved to approve by O'Neill and seconded by Vaterlos. I'll take the roll call vote. Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And the consent calendar items passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much. This brings us to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during oral communications, provided, however, that during the oral communications portion of the agenda, only items not on the agenda for the meeting may be addressed. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body and not to any member thereof. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under oral communications. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Pursuant to Pacifica Municipal Code Title II, Chapter 1, Section 2-1.118, any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the council shall be called to order by myself, and if such conduct continues, may, at the discretion of the presiding officer, be ordered barred from further audience before the council during this meeting. And so, oral communications, Assistant City Clerk Brooks, do we have public comment?
Mayor Beckmeyer, we have a couple hands going up. Our first speaker is Sue Degree, who will be followed by Suzanne Moore. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue Degree again. I haven't had much time to research all of this myself, but I understand that various cities have come forward to step up to support the Safeway workers as essential workers. So I'm hoping that this council can look into it. I saw a little bit about what Daly City did, and I understand Redwood City also did something. But I remember years ago when our former garbage company was struggling and the employees were getting really very desperate and concerned, came before City Council and a public comment. And we responded as much as we could. And advocacy itself is sometimes a comfort. Well, apparently something came down in March, which was some time ago, to help get payment for them $5 more for essential workers. So, you know, those providing food for us is very, very important, and they're on their feet. You never noticed that Safeway people don't get to sit. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, you're our next speaker, and you'll be followed by Christine Bowles. Please state your name for the record.
Suzanne Moore, good evening again. And Sue Degree, I think we're talking about hazard pay for these essential workers. And yes, you're absolutely right. They have been doing a tremendous job during this pandemic and they deserve our support. I'm going to speak a little bit about May and the fact that it's both Mental Health Month and Affordable Housing Month. And we now recognize that housing is necessary for life and health. Our county is dedicated to the proposition of housing first to stabilize physical and mental health for individuals and families, which benefits our community as a whole. In Pacifica's 2015 through 23 Housing Elements Needs Assessment, the city identified transitional and supportive housing as important links to long-term improvement for our unhoused. This need is even more critical now as we face the economic recovery of the pandemic, now when homelessness has increased and when others are increased risk for loss of home. Project Home Key funds are available from the county to provide safe parking and transitional housing as a pathway for permanent housing for our unhoused. Those funds have created safe parking and shelters in Redwood City, a shelter in Half Moon Bay, and is now being considered in the city of San Mateo. Please work with the county to create safe parking and transitional housing here in Pacifica for those living and working in Pacifica and on the coast. Thank you, City Council, for your continued efforts.
Thank you.
Christine Bowles, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Christine Bowles again. First, I want to thank and congratulate Ken Miles for the award he was given today and for his years of service protecting our open space. And I was pleased to hear the council's voices in support of our important open spaces. I attended my first open space committee meeting last week where there were a lot of great public comments made about the importance of protecting our hillsides and open spaces, especially from development that does not comply with municipal code regulations under the Hillside Preservation District zoning. I later found out that only action minutes are taken at these meetings, and so the public comments that did not relate to action items would not be recorded. I want to officially state my objection to these action meetings as it prevents an interested member of the public or council from a full understanding of what transpired in these meetings, as well as the ability to use these meetings as part of the administrative record for potential litigation. I will repeat the comment I made at this meeting tonight for the record with a couple of minor modifications. When I bought my property here back in 2008, I assumed Pacifica was very forward thinking about protecting the beautiful hillsides all over town. But now I see that we have these resources only because the Open Space Committee and others have stood up and fought inappropriate development for many decades since Pacifica was founded. As we try to fight climate change that is already affecting our population with increased risk of fire, flooding, landslides, sea level rise, and coastal erosion, protecting our forests and open spaces become even more critically important. I sent you a letter this afternoon documenting 6 development projects on vacant parcels that I'm currently reviewing in the city that I see as problematic. These projects are located on our very northern border on Palmetto and Valimar, and all the way to our southern border in Higgins Way and San Pedro Mountain. I don't have time to discuss these with you in detail, but I'm happy to make myself available to answer technical questions. I'm here to ask you to pay attention to those projects, especially those that propose to eliminate or severely reduce the existing Hillside Preservation District overlay regulations. While my primary focus has been on projects currently reviewed, I've also come to discover 2 projects that were recently approved by the city that violate HPD calculations, even though the planning staff report stated otherwise. As I'm sure you're aware, HPD regulations restrict not just the building and paving footprints, but also the areas disturbed by grading. We'll be presenting an appeal for the Harmony 1 project that does not meet the HPD regulations despite the staff report at an upcoming council meeting on June 14th, I believe. So I encourage the council to review the role and responsibilities of the Open Space Committee and reaffirm their previously held mandate to review and advise the council on any development on our precious open land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Remy Tan, you're our next speaker, being followed by Cliff Lawrence. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Remy Tan, Pacific Manor. Thank you, Christine, for bringing up the issues with the open space, and thank you, Ken Miles, for all your hard work over the last, I think, 40 years, preserving our open space. The open space has really kept me sane during this whole lockdown, as you know, especially at the beginning of the lockdown is the only place we can go up and hike and kind of get out of our houses. And just yesterday, I was up, I believe it was up at Sweeney Ridge, up by Sharp Park, and I'm looking out at over to the south towards the bowling alley, and I see a bunch of new roads put in on the top of that ridge, which I believe is the Harmony One project. So I'm wondering, how did that happen? Because that's clearly a violation of the Hillside Preservation Act, and I think I see one house that's already built on the ridge line up there. And I'm all the way on the north side of town. I can see that. So I'm really concerned about that. Because it is spoiling the beauty of our city. And the other thing I'd like to point out is the, our city's got a lot of traffic from, the local tourists that come out on a night's beach day. And I was wondering what happened to the money for the Highway 1 widening, if we have money left over for that, since we never did the project, if that could be put towards putting traffic circles at Valimar and Rockaway Beach, Crespi, and Lindemar, where we have those 4 traffic lights that really stop up the traffic. I was down by the Devil's Slide, and I saw the traffic one weekend backed up all the way down, through the tunnel and all the way till Valimar Station. So I think that's something that we need to fix, and we got Caltrans money. It'll be great to use that for that purposes, because it'll help us during rush hour as well as on weekend beach days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Lawrence, you'll be next, followed by Jim Kramer. Please state your name for the record.
Cliff Lawrence. I too am a little surprised to see that in daylight, I can see those roads up on Harmony One, as well as the building. And it's in such contrast to the rest of the pristine hills that you're looking at, and a disappointment. At night, it also changes the night skyline because of the lights. I can see them in a kind of arc shape from here. Other than that, I have a lot of concerns about all the constraints that and mandates that are being imposed upon our city and our council. Mandates that we absolutely have to get this general plan updated. The old one should have been retired a long time ago, but we need that first, it would seem logical, before we deal with the other elements, which to me, is my understanding, are subordinate to it and need to be consistent with it. So if we're going to be talking about trying to approve a general plan, summerish, when are we going to start doing our public input, our public hearings? And when will we have something to look at to intelligently approach those hearings? And I don't know how I'm going to get answers to these questions, since I know that isn't part of this forum. But I'm also concerned about SB 35 and whether or not we're going to lose control of what we're doing here. So I think, it's incumbent upon all of us, you and your office, as well as the public, to step up our awareness and our engagements so that we don't miss something and lose out on something or have something happen here that we definitely don't want to have. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
A hand raised by Jim Kramer will be followed by Summer Lee. Please state your name for the record when you're unmuted.
Yes, good evening. This was a last minute decision to say a word tonight. And actually, it turns out it follows somewhat closely on what Cliff just said. I just want to point out what I see as a shortcoming in the timetable for the for the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project timing. The recent report, the feasibility analysis of project alternatives, which is mainly focused for the upcoming workshop number 4 on Thursday, includes a lot of substantial detail on the technical details of the various alternatives. But that was workshop 3. We as a public were given what I would contend is a superficial presentation by the very capable engineers in GHD, but we weren't given the information to understand the complexity of all the issues that be concerned. They're including in this report, which comes out, is it a month or 6 weeks after that workshop? But we were only given a chance to comment upon it then. Now we're moving on workshop 4 on Friday, where the decision is to be made on the final alternative. But some of us have some technical expertise where we felt we would like to know more information, and the questions we asked couldn't be answered because they weren't within the scope of what GHD had prepared for the meeting. So I don't understand the rationale where the detailed information that the public is going to be offered is not made available for a month after the public is allowed to make hopefully helpful comments on that. This could be changed at any time just by scheduling the workshops after the reports that are relevant to the details of the workshops were released. Thank you. I forgot to say it's Jim Kramer. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Summer Lee is the last hand raised at this time, Mayor Beckmeyer. Summer, please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Summer Lee again, and I am excited to hear that the general plan is looking to be updated by this summer. I'm curious though, for the safety element that I was talking about, the housing element part before the meeting, there's a fire and flooding section that doesn't seem to have, well, as far as I know, that there hasn't been analysis on fire and flooding, which I believe is a state requirement for the safety element. And I'm just curious to see if the city is working on that, so that, again, as we move forward on all these different piecemeal plans like Sharp Park specific plan, even the seawall and other projects and the housing element, that the underlying data analysis is ready to go so we can keep moving forward in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marge Davis raised her hand. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Marge Davis. Good evening, council members and city staff. I have just a request tonight. I know that a lot of people know I'm affiliated with several groups in the city, but I do want you to know that these opinions in this request is my own. And I would like to ask that as you consider the alternatives and the decisions to be made through the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project concerning the seawall, I would respectfully recommend each of you read Elizabeth Rush's book, Rising, Dispatches from the New American Shore. Elizabeth Rush is an environmental journalist and professor of creative nonfiction at Brown University. As the Chicago Tribune said about Rising, the book on climate change and sea levels that was missing. Rush travels from vanishing shorelines in New England to hurting fishing communities to retracting islands, and with empathy and elegance conveys what it means to lose a world in slow motion. As one reads this book, it is hard not to consider what we have done in the past, what we can do today, and what we should do for the future. This book gives one a broader view and perspective of what is going on in our country on every coastline, and how some of it has been exacerbated by man-made intervention. Through personal stories, Rush humanizes this very difficult situation. One realizes that we are not just making a decision, but a choice in how we deal with the effects of climate change in our own area. When you finish the book, it will have illustrated clearly that we are not in this alone, and Pacifica is a relatively small fish in an ever-increasing ocean. There are lessons to be learned from others. We are making decisions that are addressing past decisions made before us and will impact the future. Do we add to what our children and their children will have to deal with and begin now to make right what was decided by choices made by generations before us? And we can take a direction towards a long-term solution. And yes, the Bay Area is included. There's a chapter on El Viso, now 16 feet below sea level, and the Baylands Restoration Project to convert the Cargill salt ponds back to wetlands. There's even a mention of District 1 supervisor in San Mateo County. So it quite literally hits close to our coastside home. I encourage you to read this book. It contains vital information and illustration based on actual events that is easily understood by the layperson and will aid in making the difficult decisions and plan for our own coastside here in Pacifica. It is available through the San Mateo County Library System. Thank you for your consideration and hearing my comments.
Thank you.
Chair Beckmeyer, there are no other hands raised.
All right, then. We'll close public comment, bring it back to council. Council members. Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you very much. Before I go into other things, I'd like to request we could adjourn in the memory of one of my former coworkers, Hamar Wadi. She died on a Thursday a couple weeks back. She had been serving our community for 22 years and will be very deeply missed. There's going to be a gathering for her on Wednesday at 4:30 on the beach across from the community center, if anyone wants to join us and pay their respects. Yeah, so if we could adjourn in her memory, I'd appreciate it. Sorry, collecting myself. So COVID, myturn.ca.gov, that was how I found my vaccination. And so I'm going to continue to recommend myturn.ca.gov for those who have not yet gotten vaccinated. The really good news being that now everyone is eligible as of April 15th. So if there is supply, then you are able to get your vaccination at this point. So I'm strongly recommending myturn.ca.gov. I mentioned last time, and I don't believe Anita is in the audience tonight, the PRC's annual Mother's Day card to support PRC. If you got the flyer in the mail, there's this little blurb in here. Pacifica Resource Center helps many mothers and their children with groceries, housing support, and other critical services. Your contribution is a wonderful way to celebrate Mother's Day and make a real difference in our community at the same time. They'd like requests for the cards and donations in by April 29th so that they could get the card to your mom on time. And you can find out all about it at pacresourcecenter.org. The illustration this year is a beautiful illustration done by actually a friend of mine, Cassia Joy. And so I urge everyone to honor your mother or a mother in your life accordingly by supporting the PRC with this beautiful card. I don't think I quite filled out my Beach Bites bingo card this week, but I did visit Rosalind Bakery and got the good sourdough bread on the one hand, and they have the muffins and the avocado toast, which is just a bunch of avocado on toast, and it's really scrumptious and yummy if you've never done it. They make only good things at Rosalind Bakery, so I strongly encourage everyone to support our local economy this way. In terms of my activity, I sat in on the EDC meeting unofficially just to see what was going on. I'll let the officials talk deeper about it. I was at the Let's Talk Housing community-wide community meeting that was discussing the housing in general and the housing element coming up as we were in the study session earlier. It was, when we did a breakout room that was for Pacifica residents meeting with Pacifica crew, staff, it was a really great opportunity to hear an actual dialogue back and forth. It's often missing from our meeting formats that there's actual dialogue that happens. So it was really nice to hear conversation rather than the format we usually do. The emergency preparedness meeting was last Wednesday, which I serve as the liaison for. There was this great quote in the beginning: "The inconceivable is inevitable." When I heard that, I I sat with it for a moment. It was an interesting one. Commissioner Blackburn is retiring from FEMA after more than 30 years on June 1st. So that's huge. And so I wanted to restate a congratulations to Commissioner Blackburn. We enjoyed a presentation about AMR, who run our ambulance services. They reminded us that there's a COVID mobile testing site set up on Sundays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. At that parking lot at Francisco and Salada. So if you're looking to get tested, better if you schedule an appointment, but they do take walk-ups. So now that it's right here, utilize it as you like. It looks like the first week in June is going to be, we're going to have a fire preparedness event. Lots more details to come as we get closer and things get hammered down, but it's looking like first week in June is a good time for everyone to prepare to learn how to get prepared. And May 19th will be the next emergency preparedness meeting. The only other thing I had was the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. It was mostly reports, so there wasn't a lot of meaty stuff this particular meeting. And the next meeting will be May 27th at 6:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Mr. O'Neill, Councilmember O'Neill, please go ahead.
Okay, had several meetings or engagements this couple weeks here. Last Thursday, the Business Improvement District, which is the advertising association or group for the hotels, arranged for a gentleman to come out and do a podcast on Pacifica. And they asked me to be interviewed for it. And it was fun, you know, sitting there bragging about your town, where you live. And plus he was another Irish guy that liked to talk. So that was even better. It went kind of overtime, you know. But he and I compared a lot of notes for some of the history of Irish in California, history of Irish. And then we even talked about Pacifica. So that was actually kind of cool. And that was Thursday morning. And then Thursday afternoon, I had another interview, and I'm vice president of the union. And they called and interviewed me for the new union newsletter as what it's like to be an elected official and working for a union. So that was just kind of 2 interviews in one day. I guess they're really looking for content in their newsletters and stuff. Today I had a meeting with the library strategic plan committee. They did some surveys and stuff, and it had over a 90% approval rating, the Peninsula Library system. They did vote they're now going to be servicing some of unincorporated San Mateo County, North Fair Oaks down in Redwood City. So that was good, and then we asked for some clarifications for if each library could get data on what's unique or what's the popular item in their area. Okay, so that was actually kind of cool. And then probably the most interesting, the meeting I went to today also was congestion management. And basically they look at traffic in San Mateo, and they are, hold on a minute, I'm gonna go to my browse, gonna go here and pull up the report, but it is but they're doing an alternative study of measurement of traffic. And so they're trying to give one measurement of traffic in each town. And the one they're putting in Pacifica is in the corner of Sharp Park Road and Highway 1, the merging there. And in answer to one of the comments during public comments is that we have no money for Highway 1 widening. Once we released it, there's a long waiting list that were unfunded projects. So that's gone over the hill. So what we got is what we got. There is no more money. Okay. But anyhow, they're doing monitoring. And I was kind of surprised to find out that as of now, they said the entire stretch of Highway 1 south of Double Slide is at level of service F, meaning the lowest form of service there is for traffic. and it is going to be coming up to Pacifica now. And but and I asked them when they monitor the level of service and traffic, and they monitor them midweek on Wednesdays in the AM and the PM. And I said, well, us on the coast side, that really doesn't do us very much, because Half Moon Bay, the entire coast side in Pacifica, we're bumper to bumper on weekends, and we need to do something. And it was actually kind of interesting. There's no rep from Half Moon Bay on there, but reps from over the hill were saying, yeah, we're stuck in that traffic going to the coast too. So they are actually pushing, and I was going to ask Kevin to write a letter and also contact Half Moon Bay, asking them to do a level of service study and congestion management of traffic on the coast on a weekend, so that we kind of can get whatever funding. Because according to the woman that's on the commission, that's with Committee for Green Foothills, as of now, they could be in violation of the Coastal Commission Act regarding access to Highway 1 for residents and visitors, which would be kind of interesting for the Coastal Act coming in to say we need to build the freeway wider or whatever. So that was all I heard today. So I thought that was actually kind of interesting. I also went to the EDC, the Economic Development Committee meeting, and we had a guest speaker from the NorCal Business Development Center. And it looks like it would be a great resource for a lot of the small businesses here in Pacifica. They take and you call them up, you get one-on-one help from one of their staff members, and they will walk you through financing, getting capital, doing a marketing plan, doing a business plan, how to present yourself to lenders. So if you want to get the capital, and it sounds like it's something that a lot of our people and our businesses could use, but they also offer their classes. Right now they're in Zoom, but you can actually sign up, and if, let's say, the one here in Northern California is not doing it, you can tune into the one in Southern California or up North Coast or whatever. So if someone's interested, you can go to the city email, city site, send me an email, and I'll send you the information and contact. It's a website, but it's Northern California Business Development Center. Okay, and that's it.
Councilmember Vatterlas.
Okay. I attended the Fairmont Homeowners Association board. It's always interesting because they have a lot of questions. I have answers to most of them, some I don't. I went to the Democrats. Dave Canopus spoke on what's happening in the county. I went to a statewide local government meeting, which was really interesting because the same issues are statewide. Electrification, fire hazard zones, zoning in single family neighborhoods to 4 units. So those are some of the things that have come up across the state. In the COVID Recovery Council, I do have some good things. There were no cases of COVID in an entire month in any long-term care facility, which is incredible. So positive. And 85% of people over 65 have been vaccinated in our county, 66% over 16. And we are very high in our vaccinations, but they do indicate, please go have testing still. We do have the testing site that Tiger mentioned on Sundays. So it's important for our numbers. We're really close. We've been really close. And they did say Kaiser was the leader in vaccinations. Also, they found that there are over 2,000 homebound people, and they have done 50% now of the homebound people vaccinated. which is really good. And homeless, they are trying, it's much harder, but they've done about 40 of those. And so I see really positive news with the COVID recovery. Mike, is that a Renaissance Center that they're opening in San Bruno? We heard about that. They haven't opened it yet. It's for business development. It's for the North County because the other Renaissance Center development is for only South County. So we're finally going to have something in the north.
That's not affiliated with this.
Okay, so totally different.
Yeah, this is governor funded and small business, state of California governor funded and small business administration.
Okay, so different. And let's see. Sorry, I attended the flood sea level rise meeting today. Their first project got approved, which is Bayfront Canal. They are looking at possible parcel tax for fire and flood issues in the spring of 22. Also, Mary and I did COVID questions with council on Friday, and we had a wonderful nurse who came and talked to us about all the things she's doing as far as vaccines. And I'll let Mary tell you a little more.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, I'll tell you a little more. So Sandra Carlson was the nurse that joined us, and she is actually Amy Adonian's mom, who works with senior services. So we had that Pacifica connection, and yeah, she talked all about what it takes to set up community testing sites and community vaccine sites, and it was really interesting. So please give it a listen. I also attended the Democrats meeting for the first half and heard David Canepa. I attended the open space subcommittee meeting to discuss Maury Point. So many topics are being brought up about Maury Point, and what came out of that meeting is that OSPAC will be creating a report with some recommendations to present to our council. So I look forward to receiving that so that we can have some guidance for our future conversations and future strategies around Maury Point. I went to the regular OSPAC meeting, and yes, several community members attended to voice their concerns about the number of developments, about the Hillside Preservation District ordinance. I asked for a briefing on the Hillside Preservation District because I don't know enough about it. So I want to learn as much as I can so I can understand what everyone's talking about. So that's coming up for me. I think it really bothered me to hear that there's only action notes taken. So I'm not clear about that, but I have notes for every single person that was there. So if anyone needs them, I have them. I attended the Age Friendly Coalition meeting, and I really want to take a minute to thank Cindy Abbott. She's working on an age-friendly businesses program. So it's going to be really cool. And she's working really hard on it. And so I look forward to sharing that with you too. Thank you, Cindy, so much for your work. I met with some constituents. I met with some people from Higgins. I met with the Harbor District Commissioner. I met with another constituent who wanted to talk about housing. So yeah, people are starting to meet in person now, which I think makes me feel better because it's what I'm good at. Right? Like meeting with people and talking to people and hearing them. And so that it's making me feel like I'm actually doing my job here as a council member. I attended my first Pacifica School Volunteers meeting. So that was really great. We talked about, school opening back up and their Think Bridge camp. So that was really great to be a part of that. I also participated in Earth Month. So I want to thank the Pacific Beach Coalition for giving me a whole month to figure out what we were going to do and when we were going to do it. No, we always pick up on Lakeside Way, where it's the accident site for my nephew when he was killed. And so it's a way for me to honor my family. And me and my family members went out there this time, and it was really good to pick up trash out there. And then I want to give a shout out to Jason Kingshill of J Dog Howling because he came and took the garbage away. So thank you, J Dog. I appreciate you. That's it.
All right. Well, I attended a few of the same meetings as some of my co-council members. Economic Development Committee meeting on April 13th. As Council Member O'Neill mentioned earlier in the meeting, there was a lengthy discussion about continuing outdoor dining or the outdoor dining ordinance beyond the definition of the pandemic, the state emergency. And this is something that we had actually discussed during goal setting. So that aligns well. One of the committee members, Beth Lemke, provided some images that she had taken, pictures of different types of outdoor dining, parklet treatments, and that. So that was very useful and it really generated a robust discussion. We had the assistant city manager, Tina Wermeister, she came and presented information about what kinds of zoning changes that would require or what are the issues around that, just to give a framework at a previous meeting. So it'll be an ongoing process, but it's something that folks are very keen on and working on diligently. In addition to, of course, Beach Bites Bingo that continues to evolve. And that group is also working to update the restaurant list because as we've all been out more and restaurants are opening up more, we want to make sure we have the correct hours and all of that on there. I attended most of the Coastal Commission meeting April 14, 15, and 16, but I'm still working my way through the video because, of course, it happens during the day when I'm at work and I can't catch it all. I caught a portion of a webinar offered by Thrive Alliance on April 14th, which was regarding redistricting for supervisorial districts and what are the issues there. And, you know, it's the same thing as our situation, dependent on the census data, looking at the numbers and all of that. There was a strong concern expressed about what's going to happen with Daly City. That seemed to be the theme. Yeah. And so, you know, it's a large, just like with our districts, it's a large population center. And so when you look at balancing districts and you look at balancing the numbers, there are significant concerns there. So there will be more and more forthcoming on this, but just stay tuned to look for webinars. And if there are any public ones that I hear about in advance, I'll be happy to share. It's just something that becomes important to pay attention to as we're moving forward. Now that census data is becoming available. I attended the Let's Talk Housing webinar. That was very enlightening. And a lot of the issues that we talked about at our meeting tonight were elaborated on in that meeting. And I appreciated that there was an opportunity for the public to engage. It was a little difficult because of the Zoom format. So it was a lot of responding to questions in the chat, you know, to gather information. But the great news is that all of the data collected, all the qualitative information provided is being returned to the city planning departments. So we'll have access to that in terms of taking that feedback from the public. And I did note, I probably a little biased, but I took a quick glance at the attendees and I want to say Pacifica was represented well. There were quite a number of Pacifica attendees relative to other cities that were on that same meeting. So I was like, yes, we are in the house. Let's see. Coastal Cities Group Leadership Committee meeting. We got preliminary results from the Coastal Cities survey that was put out. It was 23 out of 61 coastal cities responded. And the questions had to do with zeroing in on who has submitted a local coastal plan update in the last 6 years. That was the time frame. And what was the experience of the city or the county, piece of an unincorporated county, if that, in our case, it was all cities. And it was very interesting to note that some of the concerns that we have about the length of time it takes, the back and forth with coastal staff were very consistent with other cities. And the other piece that I found a little eye-opening was the cost of working on these plans. And, I know we got funded for part of ours, actually for I believe it was for the sea level rise adaptation strategies, but city manager and assistant city manager can correct me. There are various grant programs that are available, but folks were quoting in the range of $450,000, $500,000, on the low end, $200,000 for doing the sea level rise assessments, the comprehensive LCP updates. So it's not insignificant, as we know, but it was interesting to see, Mayor Pro Tem, it reflected back in data that you sort of your gut tells you, and then you look at it, you're like, oh, and sure enough. And there was also a question about how much staff time it was taking and devoting staff members to that process, and it was usually one full-time staff member, 1 to 2 over a year or 2 period, working almost exclusively on that. So that's a lot of input. Let's see. Pacifica Democrats meeting, there was one item that came up, and I remember it was, you always do this when you seize the moment, right? And so there was a question that came up about policing and mental health services, and the president of this board of supervisors, David Canopos, spoke about a pilot program in, I believe he said it was in Daly City, but it was in North County somewhere. And I remember from Chief Steidel's report that he was watching these programs, the model program that was going on to pair law enforcement with mental health professionals. And so I took that moment to say, oh yes, we're watching that project and we're very interested in knowing more. So we want to, get our voice out there, because I know it has been a strong concern of the community. I did meet with Gail Benton Shoemaker of Tree City Pacifica, who gave me a lot of information and some very interesting suggestions that I need to bring forward to the city manager and director of public works, which as soon as I find my notes, I will be making an appointment to do that. I think that was it for me. Pretty busy time with the return to school through the school site, and very excited kids. Some of the earlier comments tonight about mental health, that's been a very big focus for students, for staff working with students, and you see a lot of smiles. I mean, you see the crinkling eyes, right? You don't really see the smile so much because everyone's wearing a mask, but there's a lot of upbeat, happy voices in the hall. It's just nice to have students back on campus. All right, that does it for me. And let's have our staff report. City Manager Woodhouse.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Beer, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a few updates that I'd like to provide. Recently, over the last week, staff has been busy on numerous fronts submitting for the federal community project funding opportunities that exist. And Congresswoman Jackie Spear and her staff are being fantastic to work with. And the Congresswoman will be pushing hard for numerous Pacifica projects, which we're very excited about. One is a $1.2 million project related to paving, related to Sharp Park Road and Bradford and into the PDA area of West Sharp Park. So that would be fantastic if we got that funding. And of course, this is all to be determined during the federal budget process. Another relates to the Pacifica Pier repair. And additionally, another huge project is the Congresswoman was very interested in getting the Army Corps of Engineers General Investigation feasibility study process started for the Pacifica coastline. So those are several. We submitted for additional infrastructure related projects like the Manor overcrossing. So it's an exciting time coming out of Washington, D.C. and the potential for a variety of infrastructure funding that becomes available. And as I previously mentioned, we have the American Rescue Plan Act money that should be coming to Pacifica, and we'll be talking about that during the budget process. So I want to especially thank Public Works staff for all the work that they've done on these project submittals. And we have also received support letters from Supervisor Horsley and the MTC and the North Coast County Water District related to the paving project, and are getting additional support letters related to the pier repair. So we'll keep everyone posted on if those funding searches are successful. I was going to also mention the Thursday evening, 6 p.m. Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project Workshop number 4. And I may have misunderstood the public comments from Mr. Kramer about it, but I do want to be very clear that the draft feasibility analysis of projects alternatives report that just came out, that is the document and those project alternatives that will be discussed and receiving input on at the workshop on Thursday. And then there'll be quite a period of time after that before a recommended alternative comes back to the City Council for consideration. So, but that's Thursday via Zoom, 6 p.m. And you can find out more information on the city's website. And those were my two main comments. I will comment on the mayor's comment about the local coastal plan update process. We did receive a grant from the Coastal Commission. I believe we supplemented that grant with additional grant funding, but then during our process, because it was so robust in the public engagement and the number of meetings that we held, we did augment the budget with other city funding. And I don't know the total, but it was in that range of several $100,000 for sure. And it definitely took, at least 1 or 2 full-time staff, not to mention all the administrative overhead on that. So very significant staff effort involved in that process. And last but not least, I am very honored, and if Clerk Coffey could bring Ms. Carter up here while I'm speaking, I want to introduce to the council and to the community Julia Carter, which is the city, and today was her first day, the day is continuing, the city's first Chief Financial Sustainability Officer. And as the council remembers, upon the retirement of our Economic Development Manager and the leaving of our Assistant City Manager Finance Director, I merged the 2 positions into the Chief Financial Sustainability Officer with responsibility for overseeing economic development and finance. And Ms. Carter has an incredible background of experience in both finance and economic development with over 20 years of local government experience, much of it in San Mateo County, most recently for the city of Sausalito. And so I am very happy, all of staff is very happy that Ms. Carter has begun work, and we had a great day doing a little field trip around town and talking a lot, briefing her, and she will be diving in, hitting the ground running on budget, financial issues, as well as economic development issues. And without further ado, I want to turn it over to Ms. Carter to see if she has any words to say.
Thank you so much for such a nice introduction, Kevin. I'm really excited to join the city team. As city manager mentioned, today is my first day and it's been a long day already. I'm a little bit overwhelmed, but I do want to say that I'm very impressed by everyone on the city team who I had a chance to meet. This is definitely a talent-rich team of professionals, and I'm really excited to join this organization. I do look forward to the opportunity to serve this beautiful coastal community, to work with the city council, committees, commissions, and other stakeholders on budget and economic development strategic goals and objectives, and to contribute to the city's success. And again, well, thank you so much for making me feel so welcome. I really appreciate it.
Welcome, and we're very happy to have you here. I know the Economic Development Committee is looking very much forward to meeting you at the May meeting.
Welcome. So nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for being here.
We are grateful to have you.
Thank you.
I had to resist the urge to be, over the past few weeks, reaching out to Yulia to update her about all the exciting things that we are doing. But I did resist that urge. I don't think it's good practice to do that before an employee begins, but I know she's very excited to be diving into all the great things that the city is undertaking. So again, thank you. And that completes my updates.
All right. I think I would like to propose a brief break, Councilmember Vadalos.
5-minute break, is that what you were going to say?
Yes, that's what I was going to say, a 5-minute
Okay,
break.
perfect. That's
So let's reconvene at 10 minutes after 9. Thank you. subject is Civic Center Campus Facilities Conceptual Design Report. And the recommended action is to receive the presentation regarding the Civic Center Campus Facilities Preliminary Conceptual Design and provide direction to the city manager on A, the preferred conceptual design alternative, B, the cost options and project budget, and C, the project design next steps. And secondarily, to approve the preliminary project funding strategy with refinement of final funding allocations to be adopted with the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. We'll have a presentation from Sam Batista, the Deputy Director of Public Works, and I believe Director Peterson is on hand, as well as the City Manager, Kevin Woodhouse.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'm just going to kick this off with some brief comments and then turn it over to Deputy Director Peterson and to do introductions of the project team and consultants involved. We have a fairly detailed presentation about the conceptual design and the funding strategy to go through. So thank you for your patience in advance regarding the presentation. I especially want to thank the team of Group 4 and all of the city staff that has been involved and really working on this topic since the fall of 2019. In the fall of 2019 is when this issue became more urgent for the city, because at that time we had to close down rooms and bathrooms, offices and bathrooms in City Hall and in the P&P building, as you'll hear about. And so at that time, we began working towards what the solution could be. And in October, took the various options to the council. And so to that point, I also want to thank the city council members for your time and diligence in working on this issue over time. And tonight is, quite a milestone for the final conceptual design and consideration of the funding strategy. The council identified this project as a priority project for the fiscal year that's wrapping up now, as well as continuing it in the next fiscal year. So there's been a lot of staff focus on trying to figure out really fiscally prudent way to address the urgent challenges that we have with the Civic Center buildings. And with that, I will just stop and turn it over to Deputy Director Bautista.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Sam Bautista, your Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer, and I'm going to give you a very brief introduction. So tonight's presentation represents all the hard work and analysis Group 4 and city staff have completed since February's study session. Don Merkis and Carolyn Carlberg from Group 4 will go over the work plan along with the preferred site alternatives, space plan and conceptual design options. We'll also discuss the overall project's next steps, and Don will hand off the presentation to Kevin and our city manager and Brian Mora of Regional Governmental Services to discuss the project budget and funding strategy. With that said, I will yield the floor to Don Merkis of Group 4.
All right, thank you, Sam. How is my audio? I just want to do a check there. Thumbs up, Sam says.
Sounds good, yeah.
All right, excellent. So Sarah, we could probably jump to slide 3. And slide 3 is just going to give you our quick agenda tonight, where we're going to go over the work plan. We're going to look at the site alternatives. We will talk about bubble plans, if you will, or space plan options, review 2 conceptual design options for you, and then talk about the overall project next steps in terms of design and construction documents, after which I will hand it over to Kevin and Brian to talk about the project budget and funding strategies. So as we look at the next slide and look at the work plan, there were 2 tasks included in our scope, surveys and reports, which included hazardous material, historical resource evaluation, soils, as well as structural testing, all of which have been completed. And we are now at what is the final conceptual design phase. Since we saw you in February and we presented these site alternatives to you, we've really dove in deep into those site alternatives. One of the things that we've completed is what we call our integrated design workshop, where we look at not only sustainability strategies, but we go through every system in the proposed buildings and the scope of work with all of our design engineers, as well as our cost estimator and city staff. So really making sure that we can align our project budget, our project scope, expectations, and the schedule. And so that was something we completed. Additionally, we did have 2 open houses where we engaged over almost 30 staff members, giving us input on the space plan options, as well as interior design values for the project. So here we are presenting to you kind of 2 conceptual design options and final site alternatives for your consideration tonight. Next slide. So when we saw you in February, this just summarizes the presentations that we shared with you then, starting with the minimalist base option, which was looking at finish upgrades and improving the existing restrooms at City Hall, demolishing PD to improve site circulation, and then full interior and exterior renovation of the PNP building. And for this site, looking at improvements to the east half of the site. We also summarized with you at alternative 1, which is full interior renovation for City Hall. And then at alternative 2, which included the full exterior rehabilitation of the building envelope for City Hall. And then odd alternative 3 was the final build out of the rest of the site. And the options that we have outlined in red here were the ones that council gave most approval to moving forward with in terms of refinement. At alternate 4 was an expansion of the PNP building by 1,800 square feet. And I think budget concerns were the limitations of that at alternate. So moving to the next slide, we have just a description of what the minimal base option is for the project. And that basically is the site that's depicted inside the red dashed line, which includes the improvements around the PNP building to the south between the PNP building and the Little Brown Church. The space that's between City Hall and the PNP building, and then the demolition of the City old PD building and the addition of a stormwater filtration basin. One of the things that we learned from our IDW that I mentioned was some additional code compliance items that we needed to include in the base option. And one of those big ones was accessibility, and I'll talk about that in just a minute regarding City Hall. The other one was the stormwater for C3 compliance. And so that's why you'll see this addition of the stormwater filtration basin in this option. One of the other things as we go to the next slide, I'd like to point out is just looking at these site diagrams, you can see how this project really does lend itself to phasing and allows us to really kind of break this apart and analyze each of these options in full detail for council's consideration and optimizing flexibility for funding strategies. The full build out of the site is shown as we're looking at this slide, and that does include everything on the lot except for the corner occupied by the Little Brown Church, as you can see on the bottom right. What we are proposing to do, though, as we look at this slide, is make the primary entrance to the civic campus to come off of Francisco, and really a secondary entrance for vehicles to come off of Santa Maria. This is really just due to the prominence, and then also the opportunity to really keep the cars more focused from Francisco and not encourage access through the neighborhood and residential portion of between this and Palmetto. The other thing I'd like to point out is that the entrance off of City Hall is being proposed to be more of a ceremonial entrance, a staff entrance, not a public entrance. Really looking at making the accessible entrance and the entrance to the City Hall building to come off the internal side of the campus on the south side of the building with the new addition that we're looking at for vertical circulation and lobby. Next slide, please. So as we're looking at the building programs, where we are looking for City Hall for who would be occupied in City Hall and the spaces, it would include a lobby, a service counter, the HR department, the IT department, city manager, city clerk, and the finance. Additional support spaces include the conference room, lactation room, restrooms, and then other spaces like mechanical, electrical, and telecom. For the PNP building, again, a lobby, including a service counter. The departments there would be planning and building. Publics or PB&R could fit there in terms of public works, engineering, and admin. I believe in the staff reports, the city manager is recommending that it be public works. They are somewhat interchangeable in terms of space requirements. And then the conference rooms, collaboration space, and support spaces that include mail room, break room, restrooms, and additional support spaces. As we look at the next slide, we have space plan options. We do have 2 options for each building. As we're looking at this slide, this is option A, and option A is really more of a traditional plan. And the good thing for tonight is we actually don't need to make a decision on option A, option B for either City Hall or the PNP building. In working with the city departments and listening to city staff really comes kind of the preferred direction on this to work individually with each of the departments to really understand what would provide optimal functionality for them. And we can refine the plan to meet those needs for each department. But what we do see on the left side, as we're looking at the first floor of this slide for City Hall, you can see the new proposed addition with the elevator and the stair that takes you into the ground floor. And to go to the public counter, you move up to the second floor. That first floor door that you see is really for secured access and would be used by staff or intentionally to let visitors in. We do have a space for 2 departments on the first floor. IT would most likely be on the right side where we have the server room. And on the left side, you can see how we've color coded the plans with green for conference rooms, darker blue for private offices, and light blue for workstations. You can see if you move up to the public lobby, you would have a public service counter and then restrooms with open office space surrounded by enclosed offices, conference room, and other support spaces. Option B is similar in layout, but it does look a little bit more at contemporary office planning and includes more collaboration space, more open office space. As we look at the PNP building, you can see we have 2 options here, both shown on the same slide. One of the things to note is that we're looking at public access both off Francisco as well as from the campus side where the parking is located. Really want to be pedestrian friendly along Francisco, but additionally want to provide a visual connection to the parking so people know where they're going to find that service counter. 2 options here, again, very similar coding with conference rooms, open office spaces, and closed office spaces, and then different configurations of the meeting spaces, as I mentioned, from collaboration spaces to quiet room spaces to your typical conference rooms. And all of the options that we're showing here do meet the program requirements for the city departments for both current and projected needs. So as we go to the next slide, this is where we are proposing kind of what the exterior of the buildings look like. We have two design options to review with you tonight. Both of these design options are really based on the design values that we discussed with City Council in February. The design values that we're seeing as appropriate for this project from Council and that were discussed with you was coastal environment for small town and warm and contemporary, as well as modern California. As we're looking at this option, this one really is built off of the small town, looking at breaking up the massing of the PNP building, which is fully renovated, using what we call like an eyebrow across the entries as a horizontal line to connect both of the lobbies for visual connection. But then as you look towards the City Hall, which is to your left here, you can see how we've created kind of this rhythm of massing, alternate materials on the exterior of the building to create a level of interest and detail that then takes you over to City Hall, where you can see the addition to City Hall, which is our vertical circulation lobby addition, which is very gently touching the City Hall building, tucking under the eave before it becomes its own mass, being complementary and not competing with that historical resource. As we go to the next slide, we are now with our back to the Little Brown Church, looking at the PNP building on the right, looking at the City Hall on the left, with the new addition. You can see the stair and the elevator, and you can see that visual connection up to the second floor lobby there. I'd like to point out the other thing that we learned in addition to the stormwater filtration basin that needed to be incorporated in our first phase of this project was also the accessibility. And so when we saw you in February, it was optional for full compliance with the addition of the elevator and the stair. The building official has actually since indicated that full compliance with that building to be fully accessible was preferred. As we look at the PNP building in City Hall, you can see the parklet, and now we're looking at it from the Santa Maria side. One of the things we're doing for site accessibility is using this landscaped area to create the connection between the two finished floor levels, the PNP building being 5 feet higher than the City Hall. But this parklet really becoming a nice community amenity to the neighborhood, in addition to the Civic Center, and visually making a nice connection internally to the Civic Campus. And then you can see the rhythm on the PNP building, reflective what you saw on the Francisco facade. Moving on to option 2, this one is really building more off of that modern Californian. It's simpler in its massing, using kind of a carve out at the entry here, that same eyebrow horizontal line connecting the entries and then designating the entry on the addition at City Hall. This one uses a vertical element to kind of anchor the facade on Francisco. And then it is also carried through on the City Hall facade. Moving around to the next slide, we'll look at the parklet looking towards the north from the south. You can see the elevator stair lobby addition to City Hall is treated a little differently than we did in option 1, really kind of making the solid mass at the corner to anchor a very transparent box. And then at the next slide, you can see this option as we're looking back to the south as we're on Santa Maria. So those are the two design options. As we move to the next slide, the other thing that we wanted for your consideration is what you like or don't like about either of those options, both in regards to the PNP building as well as the addition to City Hall. You can see there are consistent vocabulary in terms of design elements that we're using for both of those. And so if you could give us your preferences and your input on what we've done for both the PNP building as well as the addition for that vertical circulation lobby to City Hall, that would be very helpful. And as we go to the next slide, What we've done here is summarized, I don't know if you can scoot it down. Thank you, Sarah. What we've summarized is the updated cost models, and these are comprehensive project budgets. They include hard costs, they include soft costs, they include FF&E, they include technology budgets, as well as contingency and allowances for things that we don't know. So with the good work from our engineers, our cost estimator and staff, we've been able to make refinements to these options. And what had been kind of the two options, with the base option being what I discussed earlier, we've now added to that, based on the building officials, the stair, elevator, and core for accessibility at City Hall. And so what had been kind of the minimalist plus option, I believe it was 2 before, it's now all fallen into the base option. At alternative 1 is, again, the full interior renovation, including full HVAC renovation for City Hall. And then added to that is exterior rehabilitation for City Hall. And then the last one is the full site work to complement the remainder of the alternatives, which then give you the full Civic Center project. Again, just to reiterate that the site has been looked at for all these alternatives to provide flexibility for council and funding strategies. But it also is something that we can carry through construction documents. And if there is a advantageous bidding environment, these could all be bid at alternates for the project, at which time then the city could consider if they could afford to move forward with their selection of them or the full project. And next slide. For the project design, so looking at completing the conceptual design in May, looking at doing final negotiations for the scope and work and fee based on council's direction in June, looking at award of the agreement in July, and then targeting complete construction documents by the end of the year. Plan check occurring in January of 2022, and looking at bidding the project in February and construction starting in March of next year. It is a 12-month schedule that's being budgeted for, and that includes the escalation to midpoint of construction. And so that's just important to note, because if that project schedule changes, escalation would need to be accounted for as well. And I think with that, that concludes my part of the presentation. And I'm going to hand it back to Kevin and Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a point of order. City Clerk Coffey is going to bring up the funding strategy presentation, and I just wanted to confirm. I thought we would go through the staff presentation. We just heard the design, then go through the funding strategy, and then take council questions on both those issues, public comment, and then come back. And as we need to, since we have 2 different presentations, sort of 2 different halves to this discussion, we could bring up the presentations as necessary during discussion. Does that sound good?
Yes, that sounds fine to me. Council, okay. Are we okay with that? Yeah? All right, let's go ahead.
Well, great. Well, we'll move on to the funding strategy recommendations. And I want to take a minute to introduce Brian Mora with Regional Government Services, who helped in putting together this funding strategy. Brian and RGS has a long history of involvement in municipal matters, and Brian's a senior finance advisor for RGS, and he also has a long history in working for cities in San Mateo County and elsewhere around the Bay Area. So I'll kick off this part of the presentation and then turn it over to Brian to jump into some of the details. Next slide, please. So what we'll cover is, again, background, purpose related to some general comments related to the funding strategy. I want to touch on some of the key funding strategy principles that have driven the work and research that we've done. We'll recap the project costs. What is it that we are targeting as the funding? And then there's 2 parts to the funding strategy. There's the one-time funding sources to be applied to the project. And then there's the options for the financing portion, the remainder that the city can't use one-time funding for. So we'll talk about the debt financing options for that portion. And then there's a handful of additional related items that we want to touch on in this. Next slide. So in terms of the background and purpose, due to the time urgency of this project, we really began the conceptual design and also began the research about the funding strategy in parallel. And as the council heard me say, back in the conceptual design phases, they're interrelated, and it's hard to make a decision about, what ad alternates should be pursued until we really know what the funding strategy is and what level of affordability the city has to fund those. So there's that interrelated nature on this, but the input that the council has given up to this point on the conceptual design has really helped guide what the project is that we're looking to fund. And so the recommendation tonight, again, is to approve the preliminary project funding strategy, but the refinement of the final funding allocations need to be considered and adopted within the context of our budget for next fiscal year. So the final while the strategy and the use of different funds and the debt service strategy will be discussed tonight, the final allocations will be approved during budget. Next slide, please. So in terms of the key funding strategy principles, there are a few points that I wanted to make. This first one here is really important to understand because the city has a lot of competing infrastructure and facility project needs. And really what this first point is saying that in municipal finance, there are different funding streams that can be applied to different types of facility or infrastructure projects. For example, we have county and state tax revenue sources that can be applied to streets paving projects. We have federal and state emergency through FEMA and Cal OES that can be applied to coastal protection or emergency projects. We have federal earmark funding opportunities that can be provided to help fund certain types of infrastructure projects. All of those that I just mentioned are not funding sources that can be applied to a civic center. There are not really grant sources that can fund civic buildings. I mean, there may be exceptions to that. In dire emergency need, there may be exceptions, for some emergency funding need for up in Paradise or what have you, where a civic facility might be funded. But in our case, the point here is that there are different funding sources that can be used for different types of projects. And so the strategy really needs to try to figure out, well, what can be applied to a civic center project in this case. And the second point that's important to understand, and I know I've mentioned this before, but is understanding the difference between one-time capital funding sources and ongoing debt payments. And the city operates at pretty much a break even and sometimes a structural deficit situation where our ongoing revenues can't cover our ongoing expenditures. And so the ongoing financing is a different consideration than the one-time monies, such as general fund unassigned balance or other reserves that can be applied. And in this case, what's really important in the funding strategy is to take one-time monies to apply to the project in order to lower as much as possible the amount of the project that we need to go out and seek debt financing for. Because the lower that principal is, then the lower our annual payments that need to come out of our general fund operating budget will be and make it more affordable. So again, just a broad general funding strategy principle that's important. The other principle that you'll hear more about in detail here is that the length of the debt amortization, whether it's 10 years or 25 years, and the annual debt payments are really important to the long-term fiscal condition. So if you debt finance for a 25-year term, over the period of that term, you're going to have general fund monies that are obligated for more years, and the interest calculation is going to be more expensive, but it makes the annual payments lower. So it's kind of this trade-off, but it's an important principle to consider in the funding strategy. And then lastly is just the aspect of not only is the health and safety sort of time emergency related to the Civic Center, but also right now, historically, it's a favorable financing environment with low interest rates. And so acting quickly will also help us prevent the construction price index escalation that is going to start ratcheting up very quickly. So there's sort of a financing urgency related as well. And that ends talking about the key funding strategy principles. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mora to dive into the recap of the project costs and then the funding sources.
Thank you,
Next
Kevin.
slide.
Let's go to the next slide. This slide is the first table in your report on the funding strategy. This is a summary of the project costs, and our first step in the analysis was to look at all of the elements in the project cost, as Dawn was saying earlier, not only the construction, but also the contingencies, fees, et cetera. And essentially what you see here between the minimalist and the three alternatives, as you saw earlier in the group 4 presentation, is the total cost of the project ranges from $9.5 million at the minimalist level to $11.5 million in alternate 3. And as we note in this slide, there's still thoughts that through design refinement and value engineering, we can bring the price down to $10 million. Next slide. So the next step in the process in table 2 was to begin to look at what one-time funding sources would the city have that they could contribute to the project to drive down the amount of the amount to be financed. And as you can see in this summary, we're able to identify $6 million. And just to go through some of these, the first is the general fund unassigned balance. This would take that balance down from 8 million to 5 million. And here we were cognizant of the fact that with the Rescue Act monies on the way, that some of the revenue losses that the city experienced last year and again this year are going to be replenished. So we would take money from the unassigned balance, but then on the other side, some of that would come back. The second source would be $1.5 million from your excess ERAF funds. And we noted in the report that Pacifica's practice is each year when you receive these funds to treat them as one-time monies, which, as I note in the report, RGS always views as a financial best practice. So you're following wise practices by doing so. Namely, you give a small portion of money to your NGOs, and then the balance goes into your disaster relief fund. And so that's that source of money. The third is relates to the HVAC component of the project. While the final rules for the American Rescue Plan Act monies will not be out until May 10th, a number of folks looking at this believe that the HVAC components are likely to be eligible for using some of those monies because they're improving air quality. And that's roughly $525,000 of the project. Item 4 is insurance reimbursement. The city has insurance coverage on the facility. And at this point, it appears that the city will be in line for at least $350,000 in insurance reimbursement. It could ultimately be higher, but in interest of being conservative, we're using the minimum number here. The fifth item is the Roy Davies Trust Fund. As you saw earlier in the Group 4 presentation, there is a park component in this project between the two buildings. That park component is around $325,000. So we're looking at taking that money from the Davies Trust Fund. And then finally, in looking at the utilization of the P&P building, and again, assuming that that houses Public Works and not the parks operation, we noted that there's one full-time wastewater employee, and then there's parts of 3 other employees that adds up to another full-time equivalent. And so utilizing that, we propose allocating 10% of the P&P cost to the sewer fund, which would be 318,000. And so all of that added together, those 6 items, gets us to approximately $6 million of the $10 million project cost. And again, this is one area where we would like some council direction and comment on this set of 6 items, whether this sounds something that you'd be comfortable moving forward with as the planning continues. Next slide. So now we go into the funding options of how to fund the remaining balance, the $4 million. And essentially, we looked at 3 different scenarios. One would be a loan from San Mateo County, and the other would be either a certificate of participation or a bank loan. And because those latter 2 are similar, we sort of lumped them together. Starting with the county loan, this is a somewhat unique program in San Mateo County. A couple of years ago, the county earmarked $20 million in a revolving fund that they use to help cities throughout the county help launch major projects. In this particular program, they charge the city an interest rate based on the county pool rate at the date of loan issue. In talking to the county, they're estimating that given the timing of this project, that the interest rate would probably be somewhere on the order of 1.3 to 1.8%, which again, very attractive rate. The term on this financing would be up to 10 years, and the county has indicated they would be flexible in terms of the loan being called, that is paid off early, if that was something the city was in a position to do and wanted to do. The county's logic is that because this is a revolving fund, they're more than happy to get the money back early and then reallocate it to another community. We did ask them about reduced earlier payments, basically stepping up the payments. So in the first year, be 25%, second year, 50%, third year, 75%, and then the fourth year and through year 10 would be the full amount. And they were very comfortable with that. As you can see in the final line, because this is a relatively short issue, the total interest cost is something on the order of $268,000 to $358,000 over the 10-year life. And then on the top line, you see that in years 4 through 10, we're showing you the average annual debt service, which is somewhere between $518,000 if it was a 1.3% loan, or $529,000 if it was a 1.8% loan. Now, stepping down to the other category, namely a certificate of participation or a bank loan, here the rates are somewhat higher. The COP would be roughly 2.4 to 2.9%. A bank loan would be 2.7 to 2.9%. Again, fairly similar. In terms of term, bank loans, it would be easy to get one at 15 years. You might have 1 or 2 banks that would let you go out to 20, but that's about it. If you wanted to go beyond 20, you pretty much would be looking at a certificate of participation. So again, you can see that these 2 instruments will go out significantly longer than the 10-year limit at the county. The callability of these loans tends to be a little bit more restrictive than the county option. It is often the case that these are not payable on an early basis until the final 5 years of the issue. Again, you could do the earlier reduced payments, stepping it up 25, 50, 75% as with the county loan. Because you're going out a longer period of time, the interest costs are significantly higher here. At the 20-year level, you're looking at $740,000 on the COP. You're looking at $970,000 on the bank loan at 15, and then you're looking at well over $1 million when you get to 20 or 25 years on the 2 options. In terms of the annual debt service, you'll see that the COP is around $245,000 at the 20-year term and $232,000 at a 25-year term. The reason, of course, that those numbers are significantly lower than the county loan is because you're amortizing the debt over a period that's twice as long or even 2.5 times as long. Although I would note on the COP, when we got the numbers, after the report was published and looked at them today, um, given the fact that you're only saving about $13,000 a year going from 20 to 25 years, it seems that on a COP, 20 years is probably your best bet. Similarly, on the bank loan at 15 years, you've reduced your borrowing costs from over $500,000 a year with the county loan to $358,000 at 15 years, and then at $283,000 at 20 years, which is around $40,000 a year higher than the COP. The reason you might use the bank loan at 20 instead of the COP at 20 is a question of timing. The COP is going to take a bit longer because you're going to need bond counsel, underwriters, all the formal paperwork that comes with a certificate of participation, where a bank loan comes together quicker. On the other hand, that $40,000 a year might be significant enough to say, let's take the extra time and do that. So again, I think you've got a number of really good choices here. As the city manager indicates, you can, obviously make the final choice once you're a little bit further down the road in your next year's city budget and looking at what your general fund is. But because you have existing debt issues, and again, given these significant challenges, I think you're going to want to look closely at perhaps one of the 20 or 25-year options. The other thing to mention too about the life of these debt issues is typically you can't go any longer than the life of the project or the building. In this case, it is estimated by Group 4 that the life of this facility would be 30 years and maybe even a bit more. So by going out 15 or even 20 years, or literally even 25 years, you're well within that life of the building. So all of these options are available to you. Next slide. And here what we're showing you is that this also gets into the discussion of why we're proposing to step it up in the first few years. You have two debt issues that are coming up in the next 3 to 4 years. In 3 years, you're going to pay off your energy retrofit lease, and in 4 years, you're going to pay off your lease, general fund, pay back to the sewer fund. And so for that reason, that's our logic behind suggesting a step up rather than a full debt payment from year one. And then as we noted, as I mentioned earlier on the previous slide, the COP issue is going to require more staff resources than either the bank loan or the county loan. And that's something to consider and weigh against the fact that the COP is going to give you your lowest cost per year. Next slide.
Great, thanks, Brian. What I wanted to emphasize that Mr. Morris said was on the previous choices between the county loan and the COP or bank loan, we're not asking the council to select one of those tonight, but input that you have about, sort of the driving parameters for deciding between the two would be helpful. But really what that's going to come down to is when we get further into the general operating fund budget, is what capacity do we have for annual payments. So that will drive the difference between sort of the county 10-year loan and its average annual payment versus the COP or the bank loan. I wanted to touch on a couple other elements of the report. One was that an alternative is discussed in the report is an innovative idea that was brought forward about pursuing a public-private partnership type of project for the Civic Center. And that can be designed in a lot of different ways. In this instance, an idea was to find a parcel that is large enough to have the Civic Center potentially partner with another public agency like a school district for their district offices, and include parking above those offices and then affordable housing on top of those. And this is an innovative idea that is gaining traction across the country for many different projects. The challenge in this case with a PPP for the Civic Center is that they typically require a significant amount of lead time to assess the feasibility, the financial and programmatic feasibility of that type of project. And years until you get to the point of knowing whether it's financially feasible. And because of our time urgency related to the Civic Center, I wouldn't recommend pursuing a PPP for the Civic Center. But however, what I would recommend is that in the future, when we're looking at the future of city facilities like the Public Works Corporation Yard on Milagro, and trying to do something with that we do discuss with school districts or the water district or other public agencies and affordable housing developers to see and check with early lead time what the feasibility of a PPP project would be. The second point here that the report talks a little bit about, but I just want to emphasize, is that in renovating the Civic Center, the operations are going to need to move, and the council had supported the City Hall operations moving down temporarily to the community center, to the back rooms in the community center. And so we would need to, that in itself is a complicated project to design and implement. And if the council supports this renovation project, we will get the ball rolling to do that move this summer and set up shop in the back rooms of the community center. Director Perez is here to, during discussion, if the council wants to hear more details about what impacts that would have at the community center. But the impacts would be very minimal as we are phasing back into operations, post-COVID. There's still a lot of space to do the seniors programming down there, and the part-time childcare enrichment program or preschool enrichment program that hasn't been occurring because of COVID and was pretty lightly used prior to that would need to be displaced for the time that the temporary Civic Center were located down there. So I did want to mention that impact. Certainly moving offices is a time impact, but it's a necessary one in order to move this project forward. And with that, there are several other considerations that Mr. Moore brought up during the report, and I'll turn it back over to him to briefly touch on.
Thank you, Kevin. There are a couple other things that we mentioned in the report that, again, if you want to discuss, we'd be happy to do that. The first one is that in some cases, agencies, a best practice is to bring on the construction manager prior to finalizing the plans and issuing them and calling for bids. And the reason for that is not only getting the construction manager on board and getting buy-in in terms of the plans that you're going out to bid, but in some cases, with their experience, they can find things that might lead to costly change orders and cost increases during the construction that you can engineer out ahead of time. It's a slight increase in cost to do this, but again, it's a best practice you'll want to consider. The second, and we've touched upon it earlier, is again this notion of the construction price index escalation and the project cost escalation. And I think the bottom line here is on all of these projects, the sooner you do them, the better off you are, because that construction price index has a habit of escalating rather rapidly year to year. So if you hold off on this project, it's going to be even harder for you to finance in future years. The third item has to do with your pension obligation bond debt. There was a study done about extending the premium payments on these for 3 years. And as you saw from the earlier slide about the two debts that you have coming up in about 3 to 4 years, I think that you ought to give serious consideration to the notion of doing that restructuring. There is a cost of somewhere between $110,000 to $130,000 on a one-time basis to do that. But again, it moves those pension obligation bond principal payments out beyond the retirement date of the other two, which add up to over $400,000 a year, providing you with some relief. And the other justification for this obviously would be the downturn in revenue that the city is experiencing due to the pandemic, which again, in a few years, you should be out of that and you'll be in a better position We talked a bit about the American Rescue Act funds. Again, in May 10th, we'll have the regs and exactly what those can be used for. But some of the areas that you can potentially look at is using some of those funds for some of your capital and infrastructure projects, which will then free up money that under a normal year you would typically transfer from your general fund balance into capital, and also could be used for things like some of your NGO grants as well. So once the rules are out, that'll be very helpful for you too as well. And then finally, we had a brief discussion about enhanced infrastructure financing districts, EIFDs, and community facility districts, also known as CFDs. And this discussion related to some of the city's future explorations of sites like the Sharp Park downtown area and your quarry site, where you may want to create either an EIFD and or a facilities district early on to establish a base year value of these properties before development on them starts. And one of the things I noted in the report is because the EIFD works similar to a redevelopment agency, for those of you who remember redevelopment agencies, it'll take anywhere from 5 to 10 years typically for you to generate enough revenue or increment to be able to bond against it. Whereas if you set up a community facilities district, you can pretty much, project out the proceeds of that special tax and you can bond right up front. And one of the things that we're seeing, two things that we're seeing. First of all, for those cities that are doing EIFDs, they often will try to partner with either the county and or special districts, look for infrastructure and facilities that they can finance that not only appeal to the city, but also to the other taxing agencies to increase the base upon which the tax increment is calculated. And then in the terms of the facility district, what's happening there is not only does it give you money up front, but also what happens is some agencies are now using it as sort of a wraparound, in the sense that if you start out with the facilities district tax and it's a set amount, and then you start to have increased revenues through your EIFD and the tax increment, down the road, you can actually reduce the net tax owed by the property owners in the CFD, the facilities district, by offsetting it with your infrastructure district cash flow. So that's another thing to consider. Again, these are probably, that combination is something down the road, but we did want to highlight it because it is something that we understand the city is considering on those two sites, and something that you certainly want to explore in the future.
And I believe that completes the funding strategy presentation. Yes.
Thank you very much for that. Council questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was wondering if maybe Director Perez could talk about the Roy Davies Fund. I was on the Park and Rec Commission, and I know there was a public comment sent in today. Just if you could just explain like how the park, like how that fits into the definition of how the Roy Davies Fund was supposed to be used. If you don't mind. Oh, but
sure, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so essentially the park and the funding from the Roy Davies covers exactly that. It covers parks, recreation, beaches, programs, all sorts of various things. We've used the funding to cover everything from roofs to walkways to play equipment, staffing in some cases for special event programs. So it definitely falls within, what would be acceptable, in my opinion, in terms of what would be allowable to use the funding for. And what it really, boils down to, just as in every year since we've started using the principle, would be based on, council decision and priorities. So if the council were to agree to that, then that's where we'd go with it.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Other questions, council members, or do you want to go to public comment?
Public comment.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Assistant City Clerk Brooks. I'm calling for public comment on this item.
Mayor Beckmeyer, we have one hand raised at this time. A couple are coming up now. Our first speaker will be Christine Bowles, followed by Remy Tan. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Council. This is Christine Bowles, and my notes are scattered. Forgive me, but I'm seeing the shock on your faces. I'm shocked at the cost estimates that are presented today. I know the last time we met in February, you were already shocked at this cost of 6.5 million, and now that's gone up of 50%. Plus, we're not including finance costs or temporary move costs, which add a considerable amount to those as well. I'm concerned about taking on more debt for the city for this length of period of time. There are other projects in town that are desperately needing of funding and repairs too. I know we're meeting on the seawall on Thursday, and those are typically different pots of money, but what I saw in that report that was really shocking that it sounds like our chances of getting public grants are only in the 4 to 5% for that project. And so other loans and other city monies, may need to be found. That's looking like a minimum of $100 million project. So anyway, back to this project. Have other options been considered? Could you lease space in another office building? I know Eureka Square has just been remodeled. I don't know what their square footages are. The two buildings you have now could be leased out to other commercial tenants to help offset those costs. It would take you a lot of years of paying rent before making up, this $10 million that is looking at for this project. So anyway, I just think some creative ideas could be looked at, and I like city managers' idea of public-private partnerships too. And again, we don't have time for this now because this is all coming up so quickly. But if you're looking to move staff out temporarily, which you'd have to do anyway, then maybe that kind of option could be looked at. You're already having to do the double move. So I wouldn't just throw those off the table because you need to you feel like you need to make a decision to have proper office space now. And then just a minor comment on the site plan. I thought we were looking at also incorporating the rail car in some of the previous schemes, and I didn't see that in the site plan. Thank you.
Remy Tan, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Cindy Abbott. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Remy Tan, Pacific Manor, architect also. Just want to start, the design looks really nice. I prefer option 1 or alternate 1, and the elevations seem to be a little bit more lively, more colorful with some richer colors. If we're going to spend a lot of money on this renovation, which is basically what it is. I, like City Council and Ms. Bowles was also really surprised at the cost of the estimates. At this point, I would recommend that the City Council really hone in on the budget, and once you guys got a budget, go in for a design build or a target value delivery, integrated project delivery method. So that way that avoids future escalation, and that's typical in a design bid build scenario. I did a lot of work for SFO And SFO does all design build because of the cost overruns of the international terminal 20 years ago. And so even smaller scale projects similar to this size are done design build. And the airport is very happy with that project delivery method. So it strongly suggests that the city looks at target value delivery, lean construction, design build, and integrated project delivery to deliver something that the city can is within the city's budget once the finances are figured out. The other thing is we should look at as much as reusing and repairing the existing building as possible. If it's just the plumbing that's bad, maybe we can just tie it by doing a quick fix in the bathrooms, or as Ms. Bold suggests, look at some empty retail space, of which there are a lot of, and move City Hall out of these old buildings and put them up for other retail commercial uses. Thank you.
Cindy Abbott, you'll be our next speaker, followed by Judy Helberg Fire. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Cindy Abbott, and thank you for having this really important conversation. And I recognize, like a few other buildings in our city, such as our libraries, that City Hall and the planning and parks, beaches, and rec department structures are long beyond their serviceable life. And I appreciate that even though this is really difficult, we're now taking the time to have this conversation that probably should have happened a good number of years ago. City staff has been working under very difficult conditions, and it is time, unfortunately, that it has to be addressed in a time when building costs are incredibly high. It might be premature at this point, but I would really like to understand more details on the impact of the childcare at the community center during the proposed temporary relocation. I'd also like to understand the long-term impact for programs for people of all ages and with a permanent move of parks, beaches, and recreation staff to the community center. And I think that's really important to share and be really open with the community about, particularly the seniors in our community. During the daytime, that's their home. We look forward to when they're going to be able to come back to the building, hopefully in the fall or at the end of the year. I sit on the Seniors in Action Council. They're really anxious to get back there. And so I just like to make sure that we as a community and you as City Council are really clear about what the impact is going to be there, where we have some limited space for public programs. And I will respectfully disagree that the landscaping that's around this new project is really going to be a viable park. Our parks are also aging and are in need of a lot of help too. We just finally got some great new equipment in. We've just begun using the Roy Davies Trust Fund over the past, less than 5 years to be using the principal. So if we're going to use that, I think it really should be to run programs for the public, not a landscaping project. And I too would like to understand a little bit more about what's adjacent to this site, and is there a location for the Ocean Shore Railroad car 1409? Thank you.
Judy Hilberg, you're our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was muted, sorry. I'm Judy Helberg. I'm president of the Pacifica Historical Society. And the last two people already said what I wanted to say. Don't forget the 1409 railroad car. You might think it's never going to get done, but it is. It's actually getting there. and there's a new video out. If you can go and watch it, it's very exciting. So somewhere in this design, we need to have room for that railroad car, which I think is going to be a big draw to the city. There are railroad buffs all over the place, and they love to come and look at old cars. They're going to love this one when it's done. So just don't forget us. We're still working on it like crazy, and we need to have a spot for it to go when it is ready. That's all. Thank you.
Sue DeBree, you'll be our next speaker. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Sue DeGray. Yeah, staggering money and need issues. Staggering, so very, very tough to think about. I would like to say, though, however, about the historical part is that if we really get a good grasp of our historical and cultural things going, that's going to be revenue that's untapped and could give a little quicker input than building things. I'm not saying you shouldn't build anything, of course. I'm just saying that preserving our history and utilizing it can help us with the cultural aspects in our environment to bring in some more money that maybe we're not tapping right now. Thank you.
We'll hear next from Kimberly Williams. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Kimberly Williams, and I'm a Coastside resident, and I represent San Mateo County Surfrider Foundation. I've been following this conversation. I think the plans are quite beautiful, and there's some really nice sustainability functions built into the structure. My question is, and I've heard a few questions along the way about this, but I didn't see this in any of the report, how sea level rise and climate change was taken into account in these plans. And I think that's an important thing to think about. So as the city updates, renovates, and rebuilds or builds new structures on that side of Pacifica, that you do so with an eye towards climate change and sea level rise, because whether we like it or not, we're going to have to deal with those impacts. And you have a chance as you implement each new piece to change the way Pacifica looks, to build it to a higher vision, to make it more resilient. And this fits in with all the other pieces, and I think it should be considered. The site, of course, is a little further away than all the other projects we've been talking about lately, but it's not immune to these impacts. And so I'd like to hear at some point how this design and how these plans took that into account, and to see you take that into account more often in terms of your new structures and building going forward. Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, I do not see any other hands raised.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Who would like to go first? Mr. O'Neill.
First of all, in regards to the financing, just like when someone wants to go buy a house, someone wants to buy a car, they ask how much is the monthly payment? And Pacifica is a payment shopper. So I know it's over the longer term, it could potentially be more money. However, you know, we do, if you can structure it to where the other three payments are gone and we then start payments on this, you know, if we could do that, that would be great. I mean, because we are a payment shopper, and that's just the fact of life. I think I want to thank Dawn. She's a good architect. Her renditions for libraries and other public buildings, I know she's an award-winning architect. And I also want to take and say thank you to the staff for all their input and what they did. However, my issue isn't so much with the conceptual designs and stuff. My issue is that we are, you know, this is, you know, previous staff reports in February said that, you know, well, then let me ask Brian this question is, you said that the useful life of this building, but in February, staff said this would be 50 years, and you said 30 years for the financing. So is that like rule of thumb? They just like give it a 30-year life for this type of public structure?
I think I'll defer to Dawn on the definitive answer, but my experience is that this sort of a facility, you usually assume about a 30-year life, but Dawn may have a better answer.
Well, I'll just supplement your answer, I think, Brian. When we talked about this, and what happens is the systems of a building typically last about 30 years. So like your HVAC, your roof system, your envelope, your windows. And so many public facilities last 50 and 60 years, just like your facilities do now. But by the time you hit your 2025, you do need to start investing them in terms of their building systems. And so these buildings will be designed and brought up to through the renovation, the full renovation of compliance with full building codes, current building codes, and basically be comparable to new construction. And so at the end of 25, 30 years, you will need to plan to invest in system upgrades, in addition to all of maintenance that's required along the way of owning any building. So I don't know if that clarifies, Mike, but I hope so.
No, it does. And then when back in February, I had brought up the idea of using modular buildings, and they came in at a cost of about 5.1 to 6.3 million, including the site improvements and the setup of the buildings. Now, the reason staff said that they weren't keen on it was that they didn't have that the state infrastructure bank would not loan on modular buildings. Is the state infrastructure bank out of the picture for financing now, or would the terms from there be better?
Yeah,
I think
as it says in the report, the iBank financing terms are not as good as the other ones that we're now exploring.
Okay. So we just discovered new things then. Okay. But the biggest issue I have is not the design, and I do know that the staff needs better quarters. The working conditions, no working bathrooms. They have the windows leak. You're scared somebody's going to get electric shock when they plug something in. I've seen space heaters there. I mean, the buildings are in atrocious shape. However, the issue I have is the fact that I think this is an opportunity for, if this building's going to be there for 30 to 50 years, whatever time, we're making a statement. And I think for an investment of $10 million, which we finance, which by the time you pay off that loan is probably going to be almost 20 to 25 million investment by the city, that we need to take and make a statement to the public. We just finished an hour-and-a-half meeting about the critical need for affordable housing in Pacifica. And I just think that for us to spend $25 million, I'm including the financing costs, on a structure like this, and we still have these two buildings that are being retrofitted to fit the modern office, that we should do better by opening up a dialogue with like the school district to see about moving their district office into a building at the corporation yard, and they allow us to move the corporation yard to the district office in Valimar, and then we put affordable housing on 2, 3, 4 floors above. Now I know staff is recommending and saying that it is a long drawn out process, but you know what? The easy builds are done in Pacifica. If we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? When are you going to take the first step? When are you going to start? When do you make a statement that the value of affordable housing, and one of our clear goals is to increase affordable housing, and then we can sell these two sites, tear these two buildings down, sell these sites to help reduce it, and then maybe we can probably work out some sort of financing. And okay, granted, it's complicated. I talked to Michelle about this. I've talked to Kevin about this, and they both said that it's very long and complicated. But if we do go to the corporation yard, we're eliminating any private parties other than Mid-Penn or some private developer to build the property, but we're taking and providing because the school district office, you know, I was on that board 14 years, and they are better off than us because they have working bathrooms. We don't. Okay. But but I just feel that we're making a statement to the city and to the citizens that of our values. And I think our values are our employees, and our values are, you know, should be affordable housing. So, I mean, that's my comments right now.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Sue Batterloss.
Have we, I know I asked about the community center, going up on the community center, and that wasn't possible. What about when we renovate this PNP building? Will we have the ability to put another story on top of the building or two? So that we could later maybe have a public-private partnership with the building. That's it.
Do you want to address that, Dawn?
Yes, I can address that. So typically when you build a building, planning for future phases become challenging. If it's going to be an addition to the side of a building, you can step out your building infrastructure, the systems that are going to support it. And then when the addition is constructed, it is then constructed under the code at that time. And so when we go in for permitting to do the renovation of the PNP building, it will be under that permit, the California building code requirements of that year that we apply for it. And so we are not able to foresee what code requirements might happen when you build a future phase at some undetermined time. And so it's really challenging to actually plan a building for a second story or a future addition. And so how that typically is done, if you can't afford full build out at that time, you build a cold shell, like Dublin City Hall did that for their library. On top of their library, they only built the first floor, they built a cold shell on the second floor, and it remained unoccupied for many years. But it's really impossible for anyone to foresee what the code requirements are going to be at a future time. And so designing the structure to support something in the future is very challenging. So that is not typically something that we would recommend for an approach. So I guess that's your answer for that, Sue.
Thank you.
I have another comment is I want to be sure the public knows is I'm also proposing that we open a discussion with the school district, Pacifica School District, because, you know, I told them they were going to be on the agenda and sent them the agenda item, but we have not approached them in a formal manner. So this is a discussion on whether or not they want to be a partner in this also. So we would be having a conversation on that. So I just wanted to be clear to the public on that. And also in regards to the memo from staff said about public-private partnerships and the spot zoning and all of that. One thing that has always frustrated me in government is how everything seems to be consecutive and not concurrent. That if we decide to go for discussions with the school district, I think we need to set a deadline of 2 months, 3 months, whatever. I think we also need to look at the work in terms of rezoning these properties, the city hall and the Thai parking lot, so that they can be sold to some developer to build housing at fully entitled. And I know we have to move the staff to safer quarters, so I would definitely support moving them to the community center. I have no problem with that. I'll let others speak now.
Mayor Pro Tem? were you raising? No, okay. I have a question.
I was just because Tiger had his hand up. That's why I didn't say anything. Sorry.
Pardon me. Go ahead,
Uh,
Councilman Big Stick.
Since Mike mentioned moving to the Civic Center, I figured that might be a good time to follow up on a couple of Cindy Abbott's questions, specifically what the impact would be on childcare and the long-term impact on senior programs and other programs that are going on at the community center.
I'm assuming you guys want me to answer that one.
Absolutely.
Michael Perez, Director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. So two things, short-term and long-term impact. So first, let's talk about the seniors. Our staff have been and are currently working on reopening plans that include reimagining our services. However, we are planning on accommodating all of our senior service offerings by being creative with the available space once we have an additional 25 staff members down there, and scheduling of programs and activities. So we are not worried that we are not going to be able to do the things we want with the senior services programs because of space. We have a lot of time that we're not, and when I say currently using, let's say pre-COVID, where there was not a lot of things happening all at once. So there's available space in the building. And just for a very small instance, we don't have to set the tables up for lunch at 8:30 in the morning. So there's a lot of things we can do with the various space down there to make that happen for the seniors. And I know that they're anxious and they're concerned, and we're getting a lot of feedback from them because we sent surveys out to all of them. So, but our staff are very confident about that. About what's called, what she referred to as childcare is not childcare, it's enrichment preschool programming. So this is not full day childcare. These are like, tiny tots or, parent and child classes and things like that. And we currently are not running them right now, obviously, because of COVID. Pre-COVID, we were having a very difficult time staffing some of the programs. So we're reevaluating some of those. But the fact is that we will not be able to run these programs at the community center when we have staff in the preschool rooms in the back of the building. And so that would be a short-term impact unless we found another site that we had the means to ramp up and have those programs at. But the long-term effect would be when the renovations are done at the Civic Center and just the park and rec staff are down there. If that's what ends up happening, then we would have those preschool rooms or whatever we would want once we reopen post renovation.
So those preschool programs, how much of an impact are we looking at to the community pre-COVID? How robust was the program, and how many members?
Good question. We had probably, as many as 70, as low as 50 per quarter. We do like spring, summer, fall, and winter classes. And so we would have, 4 times a year, we'd have classes. We were, because of staffing and some other concerns, we were down to doing just 3 quarters just before COVID. It's a decent amount of people that would come there. But again, it's not a full day childcare. We're talking like a couple hour classes here and there. And the most would be, a morning, the whole morning class or something like that.
So I'm asking because I'm very unfamiliar with these programs. Are these programs that allow parents to work for some amount of time while the children are there, or these are more educational programs?
Yeah, more education. When I say enrichment, that's like something extra. So it's not a child care at all. It's definitely like a class or more. I don't know if you call it extracurricular when they're that young, but they are. That's why I say enrichment. But they're kind of like an extra thing. Not at all to be confused with our 6 child care centers that we have, 4 at schools and 2 at our own sites, which are open all day and do provide curriculum as well, but it's there for care so parents can work or seek employment or get training or what have you, those types of things.
And just to reiterate, you said that the adult programming would go on.
Senior programming, yes. Yeah, we're definitely going to make sure. And we don't know what all that programming is going to be yet. We're reevaluating what kinds of things people want to do when they come back. But we're not concerned that we won't be able to do what we want to do with the space and the time that we have there for senior services.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. While I have you here, if we could go over that Roy Davies thing one more time. You say you feel confident that the monies used for the parklet would be a good use, but if you could go over that for me one more time, please.
Sure. The Roy Davies money, I'm going to get to the thing I'm trying to read right here, is basically the funds are to be used to help acquire, build, remodel, improve, support, and maintain the equipment, buildings, grounds, yard, gardens, and landscaped areas of the various parks, beaches, and recreation areas located in Pacifica, to conduct related educational and recreation programs for the benefit of the general public, and for any other general use related to the purpose of the function. And that's the main thing right there. And as I said, I listed off some things earlier that we have used the funding for. And those are all things, and I didn't mean to imply that it was just a normal walkway. It was a walkway to a park and recreation facility, or a roof for the community center, or a preschool, or those types of things. So it's been a wide variety of things. And certainly it is within the council's purview to help direct, when we are using the principal funds, what those funds would be used for. But I would also say that we're not substituting funds for this for something else. So we have ongoing capital improvement program, playground replacement, renovation, and you'll be seeing that at budget time for the various projects that we're going to be, putting up there for the next year for the capital improvement program. So those are all things that you will decide on. And again, it's not, in this case, it's not an either or. We're not giving up a park to do a parklet at the City Hall area.
Sure, and the point, as I understood it, was well taken, that whether or not this is an appropriate use of the funds bears at least a little scrutiny. And
right,
I hear PBR called out specifically as you're reading it out, and that, to my mind, reflects on recreation specifically. And so then the next question for me is, okay, we're talking about a parklet in this area. How high functioning will that be in terms of people using it recreationally, or is it a nice little stopping point on the way to or from that doesn't necessarily beg to be used regularly by the community? So that's just kind of the questions percolating in my head a little bit.
And I think that would all be defined along the way, but certainly that is consideration whether or not this would fall into the category, and that would be up to council's purview.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Dawn, can you please speak to that, the pocket park a little bit, please, to give people an idea? Because there absolutely is nothing like that there now, so it's probably a little hard to imagine.
Yes, and it's really not been designed. I'll put that caveat out there. What we shared is, this early concept from just the architect, without the landscape architect on board, who will come in the next phase. And so really, and it ties into the rail card actually as well. And so if you recall in February, when we showed the three options, how the rail car could be incorporated on the site, either at the Salata lot, it could be incorporated along Salata itself next to the Brown Church, or along the parking lot on the west side of the Brown Church. So that rail car fits in all of these options still, but the concept was to make the Civic Center more of an amenity for the neighborhood and the community, and have it be available for use on weekends and after hours when it's not being parking being utilized by City Hall staff or visitors, and also being able to tie the sites together, really being able to create that visual connection to the Salata lot, potentially where the rail card's going to be, and be able to weave that Civic Center to be more of a two-block type of presence rather than currently very much disjointed piecemeal, if you will, and create that cohesion, and definitely something that could have different amenities in it for both the neighbors as well as the visitors or the staff of the Civic Center. So hopefully that kind of ties a little bit of some of the other questions together and kind of the vision for the site as well.
An idea that sparked as you were discussing it was it would be just charming to have a little model railway car in that parklet so that any kids hanging out with their parents could, hang out with the little mini railway car model. And then that would absolutely tie with the railway car, which, by the way, was a question also raised by a couple different members of the community. And I know from the last meeting, it sounded like something we were going to be addressing more down the road. So I'm not sure if tonight's a time to talk very much about it, but do we want to talk about the railway car a little bit? And
well, I would just say that the three options, and we do have the slide in the deck if you wanted to go back and look at it, but what we showed in February, this site plan accommodates all three of those options, which can then be decided as the landscape gets developed with the landscape architect and everything kind of brought to that next level. And so we definitely did not forget about the rail car. It was very much in our mind as we've continued to work on the site and the vision, including the parklet kind of tying both the Civic Center to the Salado lot and opportunities for highlighting and really showcasing your rail car.
Mr. O'Neill.
Question about the rail car. I know the last iteration I saw was that the parking would be on the Salada lot, right, parallel to the Little Brown Church in the street. But just out of curiosity, I know when we tear down the PD department building, that is being used for stormwater drainage and stuff. Is it possible to do that required stormwater management and maybe have the rail car on top of it so that the water is just flowing underneath it so that you actually get to keep more parking for whatever happens in that area?
Yeah, definitely. We absolutely can look at strategies like that. So you're basically kind of suspending the rail car on some kind of structure above what could be the bioretention filtration basin. And there's different ways we can treat that water if that is the preferred location for the rail car. So yes, definitely there's refinement to the plan and refinements where the rail car could be located on the site.
I just kind of hate to take up parking spaces on the street because I'm also scared some truck will run into it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so Mike, I'm going to bring you back one more time because the recommendation is to move the PB&R staff permanently over to the community center, and then move the public works staff over to the civic center. But so how does that feel to you? Like, is that going to be a good move for the PB&R staff? Is my question.
I hope it's going to be a good move if that's where we end up. I think there's a lot of benefits to having most of my staff under one roof, and there's a lot of ability for us to, work together and kind of function a little bit more cohesively. It does, put our main office down at the south end of town, which is a lot of things that happen. We think about that. I grew up in the north end of town, so I think about that quite a bit. But regardless of the end result, I had thought about most likely when we move down there, we'll be there for 2 years. And I feel like any of those things that we're concerned about, we're going to have a long time to kind of work those out and get adjusted to that. But I think there's great benefit in the way my department is structured with the sort of hierarchy of staff and potential for, utilizing administrative personnel across divisions could really, work well. The senior services have not had that extra admin person, and they have it now during COVID, and it's been very helpful. Anyway, yeah. So I think it's going to be good. It won't be without its challenges, but I think the benefits are definitely there. And I think then the public works folks that are able to get out of their own situation, I think it benefits them as well. So we're happy to help with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because the whole reason that we're doing this is because our staff is in need of a place to work where they can function up to par. Like, people are like, oh, well, it takes a long time to get public records requests. Well, have you seen the conditions that our staff is working in, right? So the whole point of all of this is so that our staff can be efficient and effective and feel good about the work that they're doing and have a nice place to work in. So it's my opinion that I don't want to, oh, you can go, Mike. I'm done with you. I'm done asking you questions. But it's my opinion that I don't want to just find some random office building to put our staff into, right? I really care about our staff. And if they are working efficiently, then the people in our community are going to be served better because of that. So that's where I'm coming from. And I think that if it's possible for us to restructure the pension obligation bonds, that would be a really good idea to do. I think we should move swiftly because of the construction costs. And I was thinking about the public collaboration, the public-private partnerships, and I can't wrap my head around it for some strange reason, but I'm wondering if, like, the space where Public Works is now, like, maybe that can be a conversation about a private conversation. I mean, it would be interesting to see what the school district has to say. Like, it would be interesting to have that conversation with Heather. But I really do feel that it's time to take care of our staff. I really do, because they work so hard and they need a good place to work and a healthy place. Healthy place.
Yeah. If I might add to what Director Perez was saying, just one point. In the programming of the new PMP building, what we're talking about is ensuring that there's also hoteling space and office space for the consultations or the meetings that PB&R would need to do that's in a central location. So similarly to if Public Works, Administration, and Engineering is in the Civic Center, new Civic Center PMP building, that there's hoteling space that is available at the municipal corporation yard, so that the director or others could spend time at these different sites. That's a common thing that's done. So rather than PB&R, if someone from the north end of town needs to get their class passes or talk to someone about childcare, there's times when they could meet them at the Civic Center instead of all the way down in the south end of town. So we talked about that programmatic function. And then in addition, at the municipal corporation yard, if engineering and administration moves to the PMP building, then there's an old rundown modular there that is currently serving as offices for field services that could be demolished and create more space at the corporation yard. As the field services staff moves into the offices that admin and engineering are in at the corporation yard. So on whole, that balance is the reason why I would be recommending it, Public Works, admin, and engineering at the PMP building. In addition, that creates a nice synergy and a customer service about a one-stop permitting shop right at that building. And in addition, the other thing I'll add is you saw in one of the designs that there's the ability to potentially have two conference rooms next to each other that can be with a movable wall in between, that can be combined to be a large, like 50-person assemblage type of room that really serves the community. So Mayor Pro Tem Beer, you talked about working conditions for staff, but City Hall and the Civic Center and the public space and the placemaking in between City Hall This is intended to be a public space and to serve the public needs. So our commissions and committee meetings with public that are attending those meetings in a new design would be much better served.
I have a question about the financing strategy, and in specific regard to the HVAC item that was called out that we're thinking can be funded possibly through Recovery Act money. Is it your belief that if we were able to upgrade to the variant refrigerant flow systems that are listed on page 16, would those costs also be incorporated into that?
I'm not sure who should speak about the variant refrigerant flow systems. That's probably Ms. Marquez.
Not me.
But I think in terms of the ARPA funding for use on HVAC, we need to see what the guidelines are going to say, but there's a very clear connection to heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, and health and safety of air quality, which was exactly the major concern with COVID and would be the concern with any future airborne pandemic that we might encounter. So I think there's a pretty strong connection for being able to use ARPA funding for that type of system. But to your point, Dawn can speak to the other.
Yes. So I think the answer is yes, Sue, that definitely for that alternate to go to a more expensive mechanical system that would be all electric and provide more energy efficiency, but it does have a higher first cost, would definitely be something that we could apply for that money for. Additionally, the PNP building was structurally going to be upgraded so that we can put photovoltaics on the roof. The PVs are not included in this budget right now, but there are ways to finance it through power purchase agreements or just leasing to purchase that are offset by your energy costs. So those operational costs to get to photovoltaics, it would be all electric and have a very, very sustainable net zero campus. So it's definitely within reach.
That's exactly where I was going next. So thank you for that. I noticed also on the additional scope items, we have the electric vehicle charging stations and the pervious paving. And it seems one of the public comments and questions was about how are we factoring in climate change and looking to these future needs with this process. And I knew you had mentioned the photovoltaics before. So are there other efficiencies that you can speak to, or such as the electric?
Yeah, so the electric vehicle charging stations right now, the infrastructure is included in the scope of work, but a lot of times cities can actually get grants for those charging stations themselves, or you can actually lease them out to private providers, just depending where you want to go with that. And so the EV charging stations are definitely included in the site work for that infrastructure. Having the site comply with your C3 requirements is a big improvement. And so, the site has not been upgraded for a very, very long time to any kind of compliance with stormwater treatment. And so we would have to comply with the site stormwater as well as the building stormwaters. And so that would all be integrated into the project budget. And just by complying with Cal Green, which is our building code, we basically would be obtaining the level of LEED certified. And so as we continue to work with the design team in the city, we would always search for ways to improve the sustainability. Just like we're already doing that right now by carrying a LEED checklist and looking for net zero opportunities, always being able to present the pros and cons and cost impacts to the city so you can make those informed decisions.
Thank you.
Mayor Beckmeyer, I just wanted to provide a time check. We're at about 10:54 p.m. So you may want to entertain a motion to extend the meeting if further discussion is needed.
Thank you for that. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to extend the meeting to midnight.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And with a motion by Councilmember Big Stick and a second by Councilmember Vaterlos to extend the meeting to midnight, I'll do the roll call vote. Councilmember Big Stick,
Yes.
Councilmember Vaterlos,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer,
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer,
Yes.
and the meeting will be extended until midnight.
Or until we're finished, if it comes sooner than that. Okay, so we need to zero in on a couple of bits of feedback. And I'm looking at packet page 178. There are 3 questions that near the bottom of the page. For this section of the report, the city manager and design team is seeking city council's input on the preferred conceptual design alternative, the cost options and project budget, and the project design next steps. So, notwithstanding the idea of a public or public-private partnership, because that option is really very different than answering these questions. So I'm not sure how to proceed with that. If we want to have a general discussion of that issue first, or how do you wish to proceed, Council? Councilmember Big Stick.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mike's proposal, I like it, but it also sounds very complex to my mind. And the point is well taken from the staff report that there seems to be a sense of urgency for this project, both because, first of all, I think staff deserves to work in a healthy environment sooner than later, where they're not breathing toxins that might be present on the one hand and have access to a restroom. But on the other hand, because the price of construction itself, the longer we wait, those prices go up. So between the two concerns, I'm more inclined to move for expedition's sake, and maybe I would like to start the ball rolling on a discussion about PPP for the courtyard, for other our other holdings, and I think the sooner the better on those, given that it is a complex issue. But for the Civic Center specifically, I'm more inclined to start immediately going into the design discussion, but that's me.
Thank you. Other council members?
I think the biggest concern I'm having right now is the huge increase in cost, when I was one who thought that 6 million was a ridiculous amount. And now it's 50% more, and it's over $10 million. So that's my hardest thing that I'm trying to deal with. I know that the staff needs a better building. I just somehow feel like there's some other options that we didn't explore. Only my opinion.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything you wanted to add on this point?
About the PPP, I'm interested in having that conversation with the school district, but like Councilmember Bixop, but maybe not about the Civic Center specifically. But I think that there could be conversations we can have about other property, perhaps, because I think your idea is good, Mike, and I don't want to like not support it, just so you know that. But I think we should, like I said before, if we can restructure the pension obligation bonds, I think that part's really important, and we can move forward.
Okay, I did want to follow up on that, and since you brought it up, let's look at that. Pension obligation bond restructuring. Would that be, can you please remind me, staff and Mr. Mora, would that be to postpone those pension obligation bond payments while these civic center payments are implemented? Can you go over that part again, please?
Yeah, I'll start and Brian can chime in. So we refunded our POBs in 2018. And at that time, for 2 years, we deferred principal. And the principal kicks in for this next fiscal year. So that debt service payment is increasing, I believe, by approximately 800,000. So at a cost of a financing cost of $100,000, $125,000, $150,000, we could go through the process of restructuring and kick the principal down the road 3 years more, just paying interest up front, and that would relieve some pressure on the general fund. But Brian, chime in with any more details.
Well, yeah, I think that the strategy on the pension obligation bonds is similar to the strategy on stepping up the civic center bonds. The logic is a couple fold. First of all, the fact that your revenues are in decline because of the pandemic, and it's going to take you a couple years to get back to where you were. And the second is because you have those two other debt issues, namely the energy retrofit and the general fund sewer loan that are up in 3 to 4 years. So if you move the pension obligation bond out 3 years and you step up the civic center borrowing, then you clear both of those to a point where in 3 or 4 years, you're going to have $400,000 less debt with the other two going away. So those are the reasons for recommending that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's our payment 3 years down the road when we do start paying the principal again?
For the POBs?
Yeah.
I believe it's in the, hold on one second.
I think a part of my confusion is I heard that number 800,000 as though that's today's number, and I'm not sure if that's what's due this year. And if so,
yeah, the interest only is for this year is 261,000, and that steps up to 1.09 million for FY 21-22. And so the moving down the line, it's in the 1.1 to 1.2 million per year.
and so that's what would be due that year, 3 years from 2024 or 2025.
Correct.
Yeah. And that saves you money in the short term, costs money in the long term.
For me, the county option was attractive, the most attractive option, but I also appreciate why that may not be the best option, but I was looking at it as the attractive option because if it could be worked, it seems like we could get it paid off quicker. And I was thinking in terms of the vehicle license fee coming back, and if we have a couple of years of ERAF that we might be able to use for the repayment, we might be able to get it paid off rather quickly if all we're financing is $4 million. And that's why the county option looked best to me. But I appreciate there's a whole world going on that might not actually be the best option. So within that context, I don't know how I feel about the short-term gains for the long-term rather large payment on the obligation bonds, the pension obligation bonds.
Mike, I was recalling your statement about Pacifica is a payment. What did you say? A
payment shopper.
Right. So in using that statement, the difference between the county loan with its annual payment over a 10-year term and the longer payments of either a COP or other loan, what's your feeling about that?
The advantage we would have, it's a 10-year loan, so the amortization is, over 10 years. I'm assuming amortization is not quite the right word, but to pay off in 10 years, it's fully amortized, right? So in 10 years, it would be paid off, right? Yeah. Okay, so, all right, so it's paid off in 10 years, and you do have that advantage. However, if there's a hiccup in our finances for some reason, okay, then you've locked into 2% something rate with a 20-year loan. You follow what I mean? And you know what that payment's going to be. It's just like a fixed rate mortgage versus an adjustable rate mortgage. Now, the loan from the county is a fixed because it's based on the county pool funds, and that's fixed for the full 10 years. Correct, Brian?
Correct, that's correct.
Correct. Okay. So you would basically have a 10-year loan, but if we have a hiccup, okay, because yeah, I was trying to look for it in last year's budget, but I couldn't see it. But our estimate for the ERAF fund is 2.2 million is what might get this year. Is that correct?
We over the last 5 years, we've averaged 2.5 per year.
2.5. So, okay, we put 1.5 million in, and we do use that money to put the ERAF money to put into the disaster repair fund. We use that to pay money to the resource center, and we also send some money to the Beach Coalition from that. And the rest of it goes into the unrestricted fund. Correct, Kevin?
The balance of excess ERAF goes to the disaster accounting fund.
So it all goes to the disaster fund. Okay, I thought it was unrestricted, but okay, the disaster fund. So if we, this is 1.5 million, so we'll still be putting, so refresh my memory. So this 1.5 million, where did we put it last year?
So last year we had to use some of the excess ERAF. I don't have the chart in front of me. We used some of it to balance the general
budget,
fund,
right?
To balance the budget. We paid the NGOs, and then a balance went into the disaster accounting fund. And there might have been some other use in there. I can't recall. It was.
Didn't we buy vehicles?
Yeah, I think you're right. We bought some vehicles with it. I was trying to look for that.
That might have been the year. That might have been the year before. So we have nitpicked at that stream for kind of urgent one-time needs, but a fair amount has gone into the disaster accounting fund. That the balance of that fund is over 3 million. I'm not exactly sure what's in there. Obviously, the needs on that fund are large and for emergency, but I think what you're saying, Councilmember O'Neill, is if we estimated 2.5 for ERAF, and we still have to hone in on what we want to budget for that for this next fiscal year.
For the next million, because this year we're losing the 2 million vehicle license fee, correct? As of now.
As of now, and the funding strategy recommendation, the budget strategy recommendation that I brought to council was to cover that with our general fund reserve amount, our economic reserve.
Right. So, we're looking that we probably will not be able to put any money into our reserves this year, correct? If we're pulling out of our reserves, we're not going to be able to put too much in there.
Yeah, the variable here is the reimbursement from the ARPA funds for the lost revenues.
Right.
Experienced and the direct COVID expenditures. And so that funding will be, we still have to develop the recommended uses for all of that, but that sort of backfills our unassigned balance and or our general fund reserve, depending on what the council wants to do.
Okay, now, the initial cost for the renovations was 6 million. Now we're up to 10 to maybe $11 million, okay? And I do know that last time Don said that once you open up the walls, you don't know what's going to be in those walls, where it might even be worse, starting to replace the studs and stuff like that. And I would think, basically, if we get the majority of the money for the 20-year fixed bank loan, it might be a higher interest, but we could then, as our overrun account, so to speak, contingency fund, better funding, would be the county loan, because we could pretty much get that fairly quickly. Is that correct, Brian?
Yes, you could certainly get the county loan, probably of the three the fastest, yes.
So if we use that in case there's a unknown contingency that we run into, that would be our draw on. And then at that point, I mean, most of the indicators now don't indicate that we're going to have any real rampant run up in interest rates. Construction costs maybe, but not interest rates. And at that point, maybe we could refinance everything down the road to something cheaper. Because we've refinanced those pension obligation bonds. I think this will be our second, maybe third time.
I think, yeah.
These are the ones that we used to pay off CalPERS, correct?
Yeah.
Way back when?
Mm-hmm.
Those pension obligation bonds, yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, this will be the second or third time we've refinanced things. So, some of these people have retired that we paid off their pension when we first did it,
Right.
and stuff. I'm just more comfortable having the long-term locked-in interest rate in a city that's having the issues we have and the challenges we're going to be facing, down the road, unknown challenges. Okay, that's why I would be more inclined for that financing option.
I agree with that.
And that, and Mayor Pro Tem's statement earlier about definitely doing the pension obligation bond piece. So you're saying the 20-year COP, Mike?
Yeah. That's my comfort level.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that on a COP, it's rare to get a rate under 3%. So you definitely are in a very advantageous place at the moment. You also will notice, by the way, on the COP that it's trading at a premium. So you're actually borrowing less than the 4 million because of the market is basically very anxious to get local government debt. And that may not be the case, a year from now.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Beckmeyer,
Yes.
if I was gonna answer the three questions, right, the ABC.
Yes.
So for me, question A, the preferred conceptual design alternative, I would do design option 1. The cost option would be the 20-year COP. Is that, am I answering these the right way?
Mm-hmm.
And then the project design next steps is to include the rail car. That's mine.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Tiger?
So for letter A, I agree with Mary on design option number 1, but I really like the clear box from option number 2. It's the one thing I like from option number 2. So I don't know if it's possible to do a hybrid, but I just want to throw that out there. I like option 1 with the clear box. I agree with Mike on the cost options and project budget. I'm comfortable with that. And project next steps, if we're going to use Roy Davies for that parklet, I really want to see something kid friendly. I like the idea of doing that full tie-in with the rail car and seeing what that rail car looks like in conjunction. I actually like the idea of putting the rail car on the old police department side. I thought that was a great idea.
Okay. Councilmember Vatterloss.
Okay. I didn't have the bottom on my screen. The options for the buildings, I like the all glassed in. So I guess that would be B, right?
I think it's two.
I like the ones with more windows. How's that?
I think that's option two. Is that right, Dawn?
2. I'm
Option
looking at the
2
page.
for the city hall, so we can kind of look at this, the addition separately. I think how Councilmember Big Stick commented on the building for the PNP and liking the other option for the addition to City Hall was very appropriate. So I think if you go, yeah. There you go. So what I understood, Councilmember Big Stick liked design option 1 for the PNP, but he liked the addition to City Hall on design option 2. Was that correct?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yes.
Okay. I agree with you. And it would be like what I just said, because there's way more windows in that first option and more windows in the elevator. So yes. The longer term, because I can see that issue of having problems where we can't come up. We could easily pay off more, but we can't pay less of on a payment. So I think that could always be an issue here, because we could run into any number of problems, emergencies.
Yeah.
That we have 3 million set aside for.
Right.
So I hope that our funds come back that we had in the past, because that would help us a lot.
Yes.
But Sue, I'm talking about, my understanding from that county loan though, is that is for infrastructure projects, not operating funds. So if there is a major problem with some sort of storm damage or whatever, I don't know if that would be available for a loan from the county. I think, unless maybe it's infrastructure or whatever, but I'm talking about an overrun because we run into some problem remodeling a 100-year-old building. Is what I'm talking about for kind of contingency funding.
Along the line of reasoning that Councilmember Bauerlas was saying, you know, my first inclination was toward the 10-year loan with the county, but that payment is much, much higher. And I think to give us the breathing room for the unknown contingencies, not related to the construction, Mike, but related to life in Pacifica, I think we should not overstress ourselves. So,
and yes, it is going to cost us more in the long run.
I know.
But a lot of times, you know, you just have to make that decision to pay less now.
But okay, but Brian, you can structure a COP to be called in, like, if it's a 20-year, be called in 10 or something, correct?
Well,
and how much of a premium would we have to pay over principal to get that feature?
Well, I think when you finally get down to structuring it, that's a discussion to have with the underwriter. But my experience with the COP is they tend to be callable towards the end of the term. So it's probably more likely to be callable at year 15 than at year 10. At least that's been my past experience.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, in some cases, quite frankly, they even will pursue not having it callable at all and giving you a better interest rate. I've never done one that way, because I always like to have it callable at some point. And even if they give me just the last 5 years, I'd prefer that.
Right, right. No, I hear you. I think I like the call feature because who knows, we might win lotto sometime, right? You know?
Could be.
And that's what I liked about the county loan was that it was callable anytime, whereas locking into the COP, we're
Well,
locked.
yeah, although I should caution you on the county loan that when we talked to the county manager, he did make a comment that the loan that Pacifica gets may be a little different than the last one that they did. It may look more like a lease or a COP,
Oh, interesting.
which to me, I mean, he didn't come right out and say it, but to me, seeing it sounded like code words for it's not going to be as easily callable as it used to be.
Interesting.
Callable. Yeah.
But again, he was talking very globally, and again, I think if that's the option you're most interested in, we'll have to get more specifics on exactly where he was going with that comment.
Well, our COP for the police station must be almost paid off. Did we refinance that within the last 2 or 3 years, maybe? I don't know.
I remember Lorenzo talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, what are your thoughts?
I'm voting no because I just feel that we've only looked at one option. We have not explored other options. We've not even, and in regards to Mary's comment of you're interested in a PPP, hey, you know, what do we have to talk to the school district about? You know, why are they going to move out of their district office and move somewhere else and we don't have any place to put them? If we put them in the corporation yard, they're like on city hall, school district on the bottom floor, affordable housing above. We can offer something, but you know, they're not going to let us put our stuff in the corporation yard in the district office unless they have a home to go to, and they won't. So this is the opportunity to strike and maybe get 50, 100 units towards your arena numbers of affordable housing. Okay. But, you know, so if I had a say in it, I'd go with like the suggestion Tiger did. I like the clearer tower than the other one. And I want to be sure, I'll wait to see the motion and make a comment.
Other comments, other questions?
This is really hard for me. I'm going back and forth in my head. Why did it go up? It went up because costs are up. Because a piece of lumber costs twice as much as it used to. Then I go, well, you know, if we wait longer, is it going to cost us more? If we wait longer, maybe we get a better arrangement. So I'm sorry, I know I'm just talking on and on, but it's really difficult for me in my head to wrap my head around the whole thing and try to make the decision based on something that's totally unknown at this time.
If it helps, I wanted to address the cost increases because the initial amount for the base minimalist option was 6.7 million, and the add alternates 1, 2, and 3 took it up to 10 million. The cost estimating that Group 4 has done is bringing that in at maybe 11.4, but the team is suggesting that through refinements in design and value engineering, we can get it back to 10 million. So the cost estimate for the minimalist base option and alts 1, 2, and 3 hasn't changed from the February presentation if we can value engineer it back to 10 million. So I want to be clear about that in the very detailed cost estimating that's been done, which is much more detailed than usually is done at this point in a project, Don has said, is more expensive, but we think there's capacity to engineer it back down. And that's my recommendation because of the affordability quotient is that we really need to strive for the 10 million. And if we can't get it, project can be bid with alternates to see how they come in and make the decision about what we do at that time. Maybe if we're funding 10 million, maybe in the end, if the prices are too high, we can only do add alternates 1 and 2 and not 3, and save the rest of the parking lot for a future phase. But hopefully that helps clarify the cost component.
Well, one thing also, if I understand it, with the recommendation that we have to make it the City Hall building fully ADA accessible, one of the first options I remember had the elevator as an alternate, and now it's put into the main project. The same with the stormwater treatment. I thought of it that way myself. I mean, I was like, yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah, we're going to do that. But the fact that the building engineer says, no, it's got to be in there, it does make that base model more expensive than the earlier base model.
Yep.
All I can say is when the RENA numbers come out and we're all sitting here well, I won't be here because I'm done in December next year. But when you're all sitting here wondering we didn't hit our RENA numbers, and they're, and they're potentially talking about taking away money for street paving and stuff because you don't hit it, it's up to you guys.
We don't even, well, I mean, I guess you can have conversations with the school district, but we don't even know if they would want to do something like that, right? So there's that part of it. They're having a hard time doing workforce housing in the back of the valley. You know what I mean? So.
Well, actually, some of that delay was within the city sitting on it for several months too. Okay, so, but to me, what I'm saying is, when do you start? Okay, when do you make the decision to make a statement, and when do you move forward on a number is going to be hard for us to reach? Okay, and the easy stuff is done. Okay, yes, it's done. So now every project is going to be different. I mean, look at even, Don, who I have a great deal of respect for. I'm not criticizing anything like that. Okay, but all of a sudden they came with plans in February. When they went in and they dug some more, they found more stuff they had to do, that the basin and some other issues that came up right now. Okay, I just don't, for a couple months of discussions for a subcommittee to talk to the school district and see if they're interested, I think it's worth the effort, but that's fine.
Are we talking about 2 months? Is that how long that would take?
Well, I'm talking about you'd set a deadline, we vote, if you want to vote for the conceptual designs tonight and stuff like that. But as Dawn said, we're not even going to be sending out an RFP for, I forget what that slide said, but that slide was what, several months out? The RFP going out was, I forget what the slide said, but the RFP is not going to go out for a few months. So there was a schedule there for RFP. No, it was clearer. I think it's further up, down.
Sarah, I think it's like the last slide of the presentation for next steps that the council member is referring to.
Yeah. Is that it?
No, that's project cost. But anyhow, it was an RFP is not going to go out until later this year. To spend 2 months with a subcommittee talking to the school district to see if there's interest in it. Because I'm looking at, we're serving the same taxpayers, Pacifica School District, City of Pacifica, and there's cost efficiencies in terms of equipment. There's cost efficiencies in terms of like leases for copiers and receptionists and stuff like that you're there. Here, let's see. Target construction documents complete by 12/21. award final design agreement, July of 21.
So that's construction. Yeah. So finalizing the scope for the design work is July. That's correct, Mike.
Yeah. So I just think it's worth having a discussion with the school district to see if they're open to it.
Is that a discussion we could have concurrently while continuing on with this timeline?
I did have a discussion with the superintendent of the Pacifica School District, and I know, and I'm happy to follow up with kind of a follow-up discussion. I know between now and the end of school, they have what she recommended is they have zero bandwidth to focus on anything except for the school that they're trying to provide for kids back in, as well as their workforce housing project. So I'm happy to follow up with Heather Olson, the superintendent, about next steps. I can say though that there's the concept of the PPP is so complex that it will be months and months and months of study to determine what could feasibly happen. And those studies would cost money as well. Whatever the council wants to direct that we pursue in parallel, the city staff resources are also, constrained to pursue new projects in addition to moving forward with this city civic center project. But whatever the council wants to direct, but I want to be very clear about the resource and time impacts and the reality of what the school district is dealing with right now as well.
I spoke to the Housing Leadership Council, and there's a person at Mid-Peninsula that is staff there that will do the analysis to see if they can sell the tax credits to finance the affordable housing. Okay, and he sounded like, I did not talk to Mid-Pen, but he sounded like he could get that answer fairly quickly. So we have 28 minutes left, so let's somebody make a motion.
I feel like I hear a clock ticking in the background. I just want to make a comment about all of this. And, the urgency that I feel around getting this done is partially because of the fact that this council finds itself here when this probably should have been dealt with years ago. And so what I've observed is when it's a lot of money or it's difficult, it gets kicked down the road. And I feel like choosing another option right now delays this further. And I'm not comfortable with that because my instinct is telling me the school district isn't in a position to do this now. I think the idea is a great one. And the vision of moving, of walking the talk, I mean, really, we want affordable housing. We want to have a downtown. This is a great way to accomplish it, is all valid. The thing that doesn't conform with that is the timing from my point of view. And so I look at, admittedly an expensive option, but that's what buildings cost. I mean, renovating these buildings, the design is good. It would be a dramatic improvement. I like the fact that we can move staff around and create synergies and improve cities' efficiency and ability to serve the public. And we'd be more able to do that if we get into this building. The timeline shows that we could do it. And my gut says that needs to happen.
I'm going to go slightly off topic, but when is the staff going to move out? Are you going to wait until the building
He said
starts?
in the summer.
But when's that? I mean,
Yeah, no, to be more specific, there are things that need to be set in motion now, but the setup of the community center would not occur until after the project would be approved by the council, and so the actual move would likely occur during July for I think what the staff report said is for a potential Monday, August 2nd opening at the community center.
I'd like to echo what Mayor Beckmeyer said, and I agree with her sense. I love your idea, Councilmember O'Neill, and I want to follow up with it, but I likewise feel that sense of urgency. And it feels like if we don't do something now, we don't know when we're going to do anything, and that scares me. And that's where I'm at, because I don't want to not follow up on what you're talking about, because what you're talking about is a beautiful idea that, if we could, would be amazing.
The Tiger, you guys don't want me to make the motion because then you would be voting no, okay? So somebody make the motion and we can stop the discussion. I mean,
That's the other thing, is a motion actually not needed? Because it
Well, that's what I was wondering too. So, I mean, I'm happy to make a
Yes.
motion.
Yes.
Oh, there's Michelle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So yes, when the council is done with your deliberation, it sounds like that is a suggestion from Councilmember O'Neill. If you are done with your deliberations, then the mayor should
Call for a
ask
motion.
and then call the question.
I'll make a motion.
Before you do that, if I could just take a second to synthesize a little bit of what I heard about some of these elements. I did hear several positives regarding using the alternative 1 plus alternative 2 for the elevator glass concept. So combining those. And so that final conceptual design piece was mentioned by a few. I heard positive comments regarding pursuing pension obligation bond restructuring to free up some of that general fund pressure in the first few years. And then I heard multiple comments about more comfort with like a 20-year COP or bank loan compared to the 10-year county loan.
Yes.
I do have one question in regards to the glass elevator, the maintenance costs of that next to the ocean versus the other exterior. The glass is going to need to be cleaned from salt air and stuff like that. Is that going to be a higher maintenance cost?
I don't know that it'll be necessarily a higher maintenance cost. It will be a maintenance cost. Just in terms of sustainable goals for daylighting and work environments, we do need to incorporate glazing into spaces now, and glazing the glass does need to be maintenance. I think one of the strategies we were thinking to address the salt air coming off the ocean was to actually use less light or less glazing on the west side and really use it more on the east side and the south side, and not have it directly in the line of the mist coming off the ocean.
Okay, well, that's something that we can talk about later.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we go with the hybrid alternative 1 and then the alternative 2 with the more glass around the elevator. We look into the pension obligation bond restructuring, go with the 20-year COP. Is there anything else that I'm supposed to add into that?
Project design next steps. Everyone mentioned rail car.
Yeah.
Incorporating that into the design.
Okay, yeah, with project next steps is to bring the rail car into the design.
And I guess the other element was the one-time funding sources that add up to six million.
And do you need a motion as part of this to move the staff, authorize staff moving to community center?
The council already sort of weighed in on that. I mean, it's not part of the report.
Okay.
I don't think, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then I move to accept the one-time funding options. That's part of it?
Correct.
Okay.
Now you need a second.
I will second.
And then then the mayor should ask for any more deliberations and
Is
then.
there
if not,
any
call for
further
question.
discussion? We have a motion and a second.
I just want to make a comment. The only reason I'm voting no on this is because I think we need to look at other alternative sites and other options versus just going with one option the entire time. I'm okay with the financing package, the design concept, whatever. That's why I'm voting no though.
Gotcha.
Thank you. City Clerk Coffee? Are you ready? If there's no further discussion beyond Councilmember O'Neill's, I think we're ready for you to call the roll.
The motion was by Mayor Pro Tem Beer with a second by Councilmember Big Stick. Councilmember Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Butterlos.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Yes.
And the motion passes with a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for that. It was a difficult and drawn out discussion, but I think a good one. And we are adjourning our meeting tonight in memory of Hem Arwadi.
Hem Arwadi, yes.
Thank you for letting us know. And could you please tell us again, Tiger, when is the memorial?
It's going to be on Wednesday at 4:30 on the beach across from the community center.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
11:40.
Good night, everyone.